You did it. Good.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Orange County chapter of CATESOL's spring virtual workshop. We're so happy to have you joining us this morning. If you could all take a moment and put in the chat box where you are joining us from today. So where are you located? We do have some international participants today, which is very exciting for us. And we'll begin in a few minutes. Excellent. Okay, so we are going to get started. And again, we welcome you to beginnings, endings, and the routines in between, structuring ESL courses for success, presented by Dr. Christopher Stillwell. I'd like to share the agenda with you for today. After the welcome at 9:15, we will begin with the first part of the presentation until 10:15, at which point we'll be having our first break and opportunity drawing for $200 in prizes today. And then our part 2 of the session will begin at 10:30. At 11:30, we'll have a second break. And then 11:45, we'll have our third part of the presentation. And we will close around 1 o'clock this afternoon. If you could please mute your audio and rename in your options there in Zoom to your real name and your affiliation. Now I would like to share with you a video about our chapter.
Welcome to OC CATESOL, a vibrant community of educators in Southern California, dedicated to providing well-researched information and resources to our membership of English language instructors. In solidarity with the vision of the entire CATESOL organization, we strive to be the trusted authority for knowledge and expertise for English language teaching and learning. We are excited to have you join us today. In the 1980s, California's non-English speaking population was growing by leaps and bounds, with Orange County's ESL programs expanding at all levels. As a result, Orange County instructors saw the need for a place in which colleagues could network and share insights, new information, and discoveries in language research. On May 14, 1983, a group of over 20 instructors joined together to create a petition to form a local chapter of CATESOL. No less than a month after meticulously planning and submitting their petition, the State Board of CATESOL unanimously voted to accept their proposal. The early years of OC CATESOL would set the standard for the procedure by which workshops and conferences would be conducted in the chapter. Intensive workshops headed by experts in ESL topics such as classroom culture, ESL and computers, and many similarly themed presentations would prove to be examples of quality that would speak to a teaching culture ahead of its time. Since then, OC CATESOL has grown to more than 150 members since 1983. Through the efforts of the chapter's hard work and perseverance, the OC chapter now offers workshops in the fall and in the spring. From topics covering the foundational skills of reading, writing, listening, and speaking, to specialized subjects such as online learning and gamification, the variety of presentations that are now available has evolved even further with greater accessibility to newer technology. If you are interested in more information about CATESOL and would like to become a member, please visit us at catesol.org. If you are an instructor or student interested in getting involved with the OC chapter, please contact us at catesolocchapter@gmail.com. That's CATESOL, CATESOL, OC, chapter@gmail.com. Thank you for being with us today. We look forward to seeing you at our next CATESOL event.
All right. And you can follow us on social media. We have a Twitter account, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also email us at catesolocchapter@gmail.com to join our chapter contact list if you're not already a member. So just a few housekeeping things we'd like to go over with you. Again, please rename yourself with your real name and your affiliation. You should adjust your view to speaker view so you can focus on Dr. Stillwell. Please mute your audio and turn on your camera if possible. Of course, we understand if you can't, but since this is an interactive workshop, it would be great for us to see your faces. Please use the Q&A feature at the bottom of Zoom to ask questions specifically of Chris. And you can use the chat box to communicate with tech support, the moderators, and each other. And we encourage you all to use the reactions features at the bottom of Zoom to interact. And we wanted to let you know that this workshop is going to be recorded. So you will have access to the playback, and we'll be sending a link to everybody following the workshop. Here are all of our board members in the Orange County chapter. My name is Famia Scarfoni. I haven't introduced myself yet. I just realized I'm the current coordinator and also past coordinator. I've been a member of the chapter for many years now. But without this incredible team, we would not be able to host these workshops for everyone. So these are all of our fabulous, amazing volunteers who make all of this possible. And they're all with us this morning. All right, and a special thank you to our sponsors, the CATESOL Education Foundation, as well as Irvine Valley College for hosting our Zoom meeting today. We also have two very special recipients of the Carol Bander Graduate Student Initiative, and I'm going to ask my colleague, John Leong, to introduce this to you.
Yes, this is John. The Graduate Student Initiative was developed in honor of Carol Bander, one of CATESOL Orange County Chapter's founders, to support local TESOL students to get free access to professional development at CATESOL Orange County Chapter workshops. And this spring's recipients of the GSI are Nicole Guba from California State University, Los Angeles, and Marcela Rosas Deceit from California State University, Fullerton. Thank you. Let's give them a big hand.
Yes, excellent. Congratulations. All right, and now I would like to introduce our speaker. Our presenter today, as you know, is Dr. Christopher Stillwell. He has a master's degree in TESOL from Teachers College, Columbia University, and he has both a master's degree and a PhD in education from the University of California, Irvine. He has worked as a teacher educator for over 15 years in places like Egypt, Peru, and Laos, and he has taught ESL and EFL in Spain, Japan, and the US. He has edited 2 books on language teaching from other fields for TESOL International. He recently served as a mentor for the TESOL program at Columbia University as distance education coordinator, professional development for College of the Sequoias, and as an English language specialist for the U.S. Department of State. He is currently a full-time professor of ESL at Saddleback College and advisory board member and instructor for UC Irvine's online TESOL certificate program. So without further ado, I would like to present Dr. Christopher Stillwell.
All right, and without further ado, I would like to share my screen. See if I can make that magic happen. All right, everybody, can you see my beautiful mountainscape here? Okay, great. Well, thanks everybody. I want to start off by saying thank you very much, everybody on the OC CATESOL board and OC CATESOL in general for finding ways to make this happen. Very dedicated group of people that make me feel like I really have to work very hard to keep up with the high level of professionalism and excellence that I see around me. I also want to thank everybody who's joining us from all over California. Very excited. One thing that makes me very excited about this topic is that it's something that I think we're all experts in. We've all begun classes, we've all had routines, we've all ended classes. And so I feel like we should all have a lot of interesting things to share. So I want to make this a very interactive presentation. And so I really want everybody to feel comfortable sharing the things that you've learned. And I'll do my best to share a lot of great things as well. And we have some very, very special guests today also joining us from Ukraine. We have a lot of teachers joining from Ukraine, and I couldn't be more thrilled. To me, you are really heroes. You're teaching English. You're surviving through the circumstances that you have, and you're role models to your students. And here you are on a Saturday night joining us. So we are very, very lucky to have you join us, and we can't wait to hear from you about some of your ideas as well. So this is a fantastic opportunity, hopefully for everybody. And if things work out, we are open to working on other things in the future to collaborate with teachers from Ukraine. I think this is just amazing. So before I forget, I want to mention a couple opportunities that I've heard about for volunteering to support teachers and students in Ukraine. One I heard about through TESOL Ukraine. And if the moderators could maybe drop these 2 links in the chat. There's one about drop-in cafe conversation clubs. And by the way, to our guests from Ukraine, if there's anyone from Ukraine TESOL who would like to share a few words about what you're doing and maybe how we can collaborate with you in the future, at the end of my first hour, we're going to have a drawing, but we'll also have a minute for somebody to say a few words then as well. We would love to hear from you if you're comfortable. I'm putting you on the spot. I know you have about 1 hour, so we'll see. So that's one opportunity I saw. Another opportunity I know about is called Teachers for Ukraine. It's another way to volunteer and get together with people online and help them practice their English online from here. So those are some opportunities. And again, maybe we'll hear about some more later, and we can all brainstorm some more opportunities as we go forward. All right. Now, I'd like to begin by sharing a couple of frames, so just some ways of thinking about the talk. And so one frame I want to talk about is, of course, not everything we discuss will be a perfect match for your classes, right? So I'm coming from a perspective of teaching community college most of the time nowadays, or working with teachers a lot in California. You may have different circumstances from what I'm thinking about. I'm also thinking a lot about face-to-face instruction, although in the back of my mind, I do think about online as well. So, you know, just if I start to stray in one direction and you feel like, this doesn't really match me, well, that's the challenge for you, right? Is how can you adapt it? And maybe that's a valid question to share with me and share with everyone later. Okay, so how would we do this if the whole class was on Zoom, for example? That might be a kind of question to ask. All right, another one is, so the challenge is for you to find ways to adapt these and maybe spark a discussion about it. Also, please don't forget to reflect on your own experience as students in this workshop, kind of students, right? And so if there are things that you particularly like, maybe make a note of that. If there are things that you feel like they're not working, well, at least I hope it will be a useful exercise for you to think about how would you do this differently to make it better for your students. I hope you don't have too many moments like that, but they will happen for anybody. Now, another thing that I hope we have today is I hope I can share a bit of wisdom, right? So I've got a pile of a dozen books here next to me. I was so excited about this presentation. I just kind of took every book out of the library I could find that was remotely related. And so I'm going to share a lot of things that I've learned, but I also, perhaps more importantly, want to share some wisdom. And wisdom is something that well, people don't talk about it very often, probably because it's not a real word, but it is a good acronym. So WICTM, it stands for What I Can Teach on Monday, right? So by the way, I'm stealing this joke from another presenter from a while back. But yeah, so the point is we want to keep a very practical focus throughout, and we certainly will. We certainly will. Okay, and then I also want to note, as I mentioned earlier, this is a topic that we can all be experts on. So I'm really looking forward to pulling from the expertise of everybody in this group with us. So I'll share all the things that I've prepared, but I'm eagerly looking forward to learning a lot from the things that you have to share as well. All right, and don't forget, there's a Q&A section to throw questions in anytime over there. We've got people monitoring the chat also, and from time to time, I'll be asking the chat moderators if there's anything interesting I should know about or anything we should share with everybody. Sometimes I'll be inviting you to participate by maybe going to the reactions to raise your hand, and I'll invite you to participate at those times. We'll also have breakout rooms, a lot of different things happening here today. So please be ready to participate. So without further ado, here we go. Let's go to beginning a class well. And so some of the topics that I want to focus on are things like beginning kind of before the beginning and small group discussions, our ideas for how to begin a class. I'm gonna ask what you have to say about this topic. We'll focus on the syllabus a little bit and fostering positive group dynamics. So let's see, some quotes about beginnings. When I looked around, one thing I came across was this idea that the beginning is the most important part of the work. And so that's kind of a common sentiment that might be a useful frame for us. Another one is a good beginning makes a good end, right? So there's a lot of importance. Now, of course, many of us are not at the beginning of a class right now, but we will be again. And in a way, Monday is a new beginning, right? Or anytime we start a new week or a new unit, those are also beginnings, right? But primarily right now, we're focusing on the beginning of a term, the beginning of a semester. And so you might think to yourself, why? Why are these quotes so prevalent? What resonates about these quotes for you? And how does this apply to your classrooms? These are some things to maybe keep in the back of your mind. But what I'd like to share right now is I'd like to talk about how you can perhaps begin kind of before you begin. So I'm going to switch to sharing my screen over here on a website. So can you see my page here about Saddleback College now? Yeah. So this is something that I'm kind of excited about. It seems to be, when I look around at kind of best practices for beginning a class, one thing keeps coming up that wasn't a regular practice for me, and that is reaching out to the students before the semester begins. And I went to a conference last summer about online instruction, and people in the halls were kind of talking about this big common problem they have here in California of students will register for a class and maybe a month, 2 months before the class begins, and then they drop out before the class actually begins. So there's a lot of attrition before the class even begins. And so here's one thing that might help, right? So what we have here is a Google site. And so Google sites are very intuitive. Basically, it's very much like a Google Doc or Google Slides. You go in and you click on things and you start typing. And you click on things and you add a video if you want. There's no coding necessary. It's free. And I'll just show you a couple things that you can put in there, right? So you can have a welcome video. And if you're reaching out to the students in the week before your class begins, then this would be a great opportunity for you to show the students how excited you are about the class, what you're passionate about. And also, by the way, it's also a great moment to be approachable. And what I really like about the idea of being approachable here is anytime we make a video of ourselves, we're tempted to try to make it perfect because in theory we can, but that's torture, right? If you try to make yourself perfect, you're going to record that video 152 times and still be unhappy with it. And then you have to go back and look at 152 videos to figure out which one you hate the least. So here's a different way to do it. You can just go through and make a video and embrace the fact that you're going to stutter a little bit, that your hair might not be perfect, whatever it is. And that's okay, because the idea here is if the video shows you as a human being, right? If you're imperfect, the students will be more comfortable with you, actually. We want students to feel like you're a real person, to not be afraid to contact you outside of class or come to office hours or things like that. And so this is a great opportunity for students to get to feel that you are a real person that they are going to be comfortable working with. So yeah, impromptu videos. I've seen teachers put together videos where they're walking their dog and say, hey, here's my dog. And I just want to tell everybody, da, 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 da. All right, so that's one thing. You can have a video on this Google site. Another thing, of course, you can tell students where the class is. You can give parking information, talk about the textbook, and you can have, I'll show you up at the top here, we can have another tab for how students can register for other classes. And so we can try to build up our program, right? So maybe students are only registered in your class, but they can register for other classes as well. So this all took me, I don't know, probably, it would have taken me an hour if I weren't excited about it. I'd probably spend a lot more time on it, but it's quite intuitive. So I'll encourage everybody to take a look at that more closely. And I think I forgot to mention that one of the best things about this is once you have a website like this, students don't need to log into your campus platform. They don't have to log into Canvas, for example, in California to be able to access your class Canvas shell. They can anybody can access this from their phone. So if you have your students' phone numbers, for example, and if you have maybe a Google Voice phone number to contact them with, you can send the students this website to their phone. And think about that, right? How easily will students be able to access your information and find out what your class is about before you've even begun, and maybe start to get a feeling of, oh, this looks like a fun class. This looks like fun, and get excited about coming and feel like they have no excuses for not being there. I didn't mention you can also include a Google link to Google Maps so students can get directions to the school. And one other thing that I have here is a link to a survey to get some information about the students before we begin. And so with that, I'm going to return to my PowerPoint here, and I want to share some thoughts about that. So let's see here. Back to my PowerPoint. Everybody, can you see that now? I'm back to the mountains, and I have to go to the right place. Here we go. I think I got it. All right, so in a second. Okay, I see some thumbs up. Thank you. And then here we are. So now, can somebody tell me what does the screen say right now? Who's got a microphone ready?
Before you begin.
Begin before you begin.
Begin before you begin. Hey, up
Before
to my volunteers to pronounce. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So that's what I've been talking about, right? This idea of beginning before you begin, reaching out to the class before the class even begins to start off on the right foot. Now, I just showed you that there was a survey at the bottom. And so a question to consider is, what are some good survey questions for the start of a term or the start of a semester? And so I'm going to share some ideas that I have, but this is a great part for interaction as well. So everybody, if you have ideas, if you use surveys yourself before the term begins, could you please put some ideas for questions in the chat so we can see some other ideas? And moderators, I'll be asking you in a moment to maybe share some highlights from the chat of some other ideas for questions that are different from what I'm about to mention. Okay, thank you, everybody. So here we go. Exciting. First interactive part. So some things that I like to ask, and by the way, these ideas came from Michelle Pacansky-Brock. She writes a lot of great material about humanizing online instruction. Very inspiring professional. If you get a chance to read her work, it's freely available online. But yeah, of course, we start with the name. What's the student's name? And not just what's their name, but what do you want me to call you, right? So lots of times the name on our roster is not necessarily the name that the student wants us to use. So before the class even begins, we can find out what name should I use for you, and we can be ready for that. So nobody gets embarrassed on the first day for any reason. We can try to get ahead of that. We can also, of course, ask students for their pronouns. On the next one, a little further down, we can get ready to make a word cloud about the class and just ask everybody in one word, how are you feeling? And that's a nice little thing to share on the first day of class. You can show everybody, here's what I got. I got a lot of people saying they're excited. You can see another word here says that some of us are a little bit nervous. And you know what, guys? I feel the same way. I totally get it, right? So that can be a nice warm up to start off the semester, beginning with something that happened before the class began. Okay, one more question here is my favorite. This one here, again, comes from Michelle Pacansky-Brock. It's, what is the one thing that could stop your success in this class? This is a really nice question because right away, right from the beginning, I'm finding out what do I need to know about you, right? So students will disappear sometimes. Students will fail to submit assignments. And if we don't have other information about them, then we might be in kind of an awkward position of reaching out to them to kind of only say, hey, where you been? Or, hey, don't forget about your homework. But if we get a little bit more information about, you know, I'm suffering migraines a lot lately, or my mother's staying with me and she's sick and I need to take care of her, or whatever it is, right? There's all kinds of things. Then these are some things that I can reflect on before I compose that email to my students. And I can maybe think about, is there a way that I can frame this email in a way that's more human, more humane, right? Of sort of saying, I remember you telling me about you're taking care of your mother a lot this month. So I first of all, I want to find out, is there anything we can do to support you, to help you in this time? And also just make sure that you know that something is happening in the class. Okay, so let me turn to the moderators now. And moderators, can you tell me, what are some other questions that came out in the chat that you noticed? And that's Mimi, Guadalupe. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll start, and I
June,
saw
great.
so many questions. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What's one interesting fact about you? Do you know how to check your FVC email? What are you interested about? What do you expect of me, your teacher? How's your break? Tell the class how you spend it. How many would you like to hear? There's more.
Let's hear a few more. Those are awesome.
Okay, what inspires you? How do you pronounce your name? Send me an audio or video.
Nice.
Do you have the Canvas app? Where do you want to learn? What do you want to learn through the course? Are there any preferences and or recommendations? How do you pronounce your name? Oh, that's the same one. And what else?
All right. Wow, June, that's amazing. I'm so glad that that this worked out so nicely. Thank you, everybody. That was so great. I'm going to transform my survey next time, I can tell you that. So, okay, great. Moving to the next section here. What about the first days of class? So I can tell right away, I'm feeling a little bit humbled here that you are all ready to teach the session yourselves, but that's exactly what I expected. So I want to give you all a chance to share more of these ideas in the breakout room, right? So we've got a great opportunity to get together, exchange ideas, learn from each other, and maybe come out of this energized and ready for school on Monday, right? So I'm going to open up some breakout rooms in just a couple minutes. And in those breakout rooms, I'm going to ask you to talk about the first days of class. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to have kind of an icebreaker, right? So the breakout rooms, we're going to do 10 minutes total. For the first 4 minutes, I'm going to ask you to do just a brief self-introduction. Try to keep yourself down to 1 minute, or if you go less than 1 minute, you'll have a little time at the end for some questions, maybe if you want, right? So keep that in mind, everybody. Try to introduce yourself in less than a minute and have just a little time for discussion about that. You can share your name and how you pronounce it, of course, what you do, where you're located, and one thing about yourself that we might not expect, something that might be kind of a surprise. So that's the one that's a little bit creative. And by the way, I think somebody mentioned an idea like that as a survey question, and I loved it. So yeah, so we're going to go to the breakout rooms, just 4 minutes for the first time, and then we'll come back out and I'll give you instructions for part 2. Okay. Now, as you're in the breakout room, please keep an eye on the clock. Again, it's going to be 4 minutes. We're going to try to be pretty strict about that. And when the breakout room closes for the first time, we'll come out here and I'll give you instructions for part 2, but I don't want you to have to worry about that at first. So some ground rules for the breakout rooms. One thing we're talking about later today is routines. And so we're starting our routine about how to use breakout rooms right now. So please fill the time with relevant talk, of course. Try to stay on topic as much as you can. Second one is be a good partner. Share the talking time and ask questions to help your peers continue the conversation. In this case, it's not so much of a discussion as it is one by one, but at the end, but do monitor the time so everybody gets a chance, right? What else? When we close the room, you're going to see something say that the room is closing, but you still have 30 seconds. And so be careful where you click a button. If you click on the button, you're going to leave before you want to. So just wait until you get kicked out, I would say. So you'll have 30 seconds to kind of finish your talking. And for my students, I like to think about giving them some language to end in a way that's not so awkward. So this is another part of my routine for ending breakout rooms, is to say something that they might want to use at the end of the breakout room time, or if we're in a face-to-face class, similarly might provide some language like that. And then when you return to the main session, be ready to share something you learned from that discussion. For the first part, I might not do that so much, but definitely from the second part, we will do that. Okay, so let's see. Everybody, how are you feeling? Are you feeling like you're ready to go here? And
Yes.
so we're going to open some breakout rooms. We're going to create breakout rooms for, let's see, create the breakout rooms. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to make breakout rooms that have 4 to 5 participants per room, 3 to 4. I'm going to go 4 to 5. Okay, great. Here we go, everybody. And so if you can turn on your camera, if you can, that's great. If you cannot, no problem. If you cannot turn on your microphone, maybe you can type something in the chat. I know everybody has different circumstances where they are, so we're going to do the best that we can. But you're going to have 4 minutes. All right, and my moderator friends are going to come around and might add something to people's names just to help organize the next activity. All right, thanks everybody. Here we go. Opening the rooms.
Okay, Chris, I'll bounce around and help you rename people.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to stay here for a minute because I see that I made a mistake on the room, so I'm going to fix them.
Okay, you went 1 to 4 or 1 to 5?
Yeah, I want 1 to 4, so a couple rooms have an extra person. Not sure
Okay,
why. That's okay.
extra person, should I make them like number 1 or something?
Yeah, make the extra person number 1. Yeah,
Okay,
that'd be perfect. Thank you.
I'll start at the bottom.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're coming back from the breakout rooms soon. Here we are.
I'm really sorry. Something happened with my connection, so I'm just here and don't know where to go.
No problem, no problem. So I think when we do the breakout rooms in the future, if anybody has a problem with their connection, they're going to end up in the main session here, and that'll be fine. You can continue the conversation with anybody who's out here in the main session. And maybe one of our moderators can stay out here as well, especially if there's a moderator or anybody on the OC CATESOL board. If anybody on the OC CATESOL board is in a room that has more than 4 people, maybe you can stay in the main session here if you don't mind, at least one of you, because some people are going to have some internet problems going from here to the breakout room. And so if that's the case, they're going to maybe get kicked out and come back in. And this will be a place for kind of anybody who wants to come and just have their conversation right here. All right, everybody. So that was a little bit more than 4 minutes, although I bet in most cases it did not feel like it. And that is the way time works when we're having some good conversations here. So I'm going to share my screen again. And so that was the first part of just getting to know each other a little bit, this community that we have for today. And so I'm going to go forward now to the second part. And now, ordinarily, as part of my routine, I might have a slide waiting for you as you come back to kind of reflect on things, because people are coming back at different times from the breakout rooms often. And I want to make sure that I'm using all of my time well. So this is another part of a routine for a Zoom class that works nicely. And it can also work in a face-to-face situation if you have something on the screen for students to be thinking about while you're trying to bring everybody back to paying attention, perhaps. But here we are. Now it's time for part 2. So we're going to open those breakout rooms again. Now this is a little rough around the edges as far as who ends up where. I'm going to try to have everybody go to the same place. But if you don't, I'm sure it's going to be fine. We're all going to have a chance to talk to somebody and listen to some people about some fun ideas. So here we go. You're going to have 6 minutes and you're going to have 2 questions. All right. And so each person should try to fully participate, but you'll each have an individual responsibility. So if your microphone's working and your camera's okay, you'll have them on. If you don't, you'll just be listening, and that's fine too. But if you're able to do your role, then I'll tell you what they are. Okay. And then when the breakout room closes, one of you is going to be the reporter, and you're going to share something. So we're going to have like maybe 12 people share something very quickly. And you can imagine with 12 people, if everybody takes 2 minutes, then we've lost the rest of our time here today. So I'm going to ask the reporters to figure out a way to be very concise, to either type something in the chat to share, or maybe share something with all of us for about like a 30-second sound bite, so we can just get a taste of what you figured out in your breakout rooms. That was kind of unique. All right, now I mentioned roles, right? What are these roles I talked about? Well, here they are. So we've got role 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if you look at your name right now, you may see that we snuck around and we added a number to the end of your name. So if you can find a number on the end of your name, for example, I see Olga has a 4 at the end of her name, right? So Olga, that means that you would be the task monitor. So you can see the instructions for your role there. So one person is a reporter. You participate in the discussion as much as everybody else, but at the end, it's your job to share one highlight, and that will be either in the chat or by talking. You'll have a chance to decide how you want to participate. And if you hate that job, you can barter with your peers in the breakout room, but try not to take too much time on that, please. Role 2, you're the timekeeper. You pay attention to the clock, try to make sure your group uses the time well. Role 3 is a manager. You try to make sure that everybody's participating. If you see somebody's not really speaking, make sure they have an opportunity, but also keep in mind that some of us don't have and are not able to turn on our microphones or our cameras. So that's fine too. But just make sure that you have a moment where you say, did you want to add anything as well? And if they don't, they don't. That's fine. Role 4 is the task monitor, trying to keep everybody on topic. Now wait a second, Chris. What is the topic, you might be asking? Yeah, that's a good question. That's reasonable. That's fair. Here it is. The topic is discussion questions. We've got 2 of them. First one is, at the start of a semester or term, what can instructors do to begin a course well? What have you found works nicely? What have you learned about? What courses have you experienced as a student yourself that began well? Any of those kinds of answers are valid and really of great interest. And then if you have time, we've got question number 2. What should an instructor not do at the start of a term? We can flip this on its head and see what we think of there. So if you like, you can take a picture of this screen just to have it for your reference. But moderators, could you please share these roles and these questions in the chat if you haven't already? Sorry, I'm not monitoring that part as well as I could be. Oh, there it is. I think it's there, right? All right. So June, what do you think? Do you think we're ready to go into the breakout rooms? Yeah. All right, everybody. If anybody has a question, you can raise your hand right now, or you can just turn on your microphone and ask a question. It's okay. Everybody's got different internet connections and things, but the gist of it is let's see, June, can you help me? What's going to happen? We're going to go to the breakout rooms for how long are we going to go to the breakout rooms? I'm putting June on the spot now.
6 minutes.
6 minutes, right? And you've got 2 questions. Thank you, June. 2 questions, and everybody has a different role. All right, everybody. Let's try this out. So I'm going to go to the breakout room. So everybody, while I'm getting the breakout rooms ready, please be thinking about those questions and how you might like to share some of that with your peers. All right, looks like the breakout rooms should be the same. Again, if you get kicked out of your breakout room, don't worry about it. You'll come back to the main session and somebody will be there to make a new group with you. Here we go.
Karen, are you going to stay here until to catch the people with tech support? Yeah.
Okay, I'm here because I wanted to leave the channel for somebody else to use.
Oh,
I thought I was in the main session.
this is the main room, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'm just keeping the,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Doing what you do.
What I don't know is how, I didn't know how to get out of the other session, but I was glad I was in there. And they were all very interesting. They were from the Ukraine. It was just like a little special session with them. So I'm just asking them, what's it like over there?
Thanks, Karen.
So-
Listen, everybody, you don't all need to be out here. If any of you want to go back to your breakout room, you can. If we could just have maybe 1 or 2 of you. Ready
Okay,
to catch
I'm gonna go back. I'll go back.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want
Thank
to
you.
say quickly, I have to feed the baby, so if someone else can stay here to admit people. Oh, thank you,
Judy,
Judy.
thank you
Okay.
so much. Awesome.
I can do that too.
Are you sure, Karen? Don't you want to go back to your room? It sounded like a great room.
Oh, well, it was, but I didn't want to
Okay.
use the internet for somebody because they were having problems with tuning in. I just was trying to give them the bandwidth or whatever it's called.
Oh, yeah. So, how are you, Karen?
I'm doing fine. And it's so exciting because I've been monitoring how many people, are here. And at 9:30, we had 67 people. And I noticed when you go to breakout rooms, it went down to 61. And it's just interesting.
Good.
So do I put leave on this?
No, you're already in the main room.
I'm already here. Okay, got it. Thanks. I can't wait to hear things you should not do. Usually it's don't begin with no, 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 no. You can't do this, you can't do that. You can't be negative.
All right, let's see. I think we're all coming back. Yeah, great. Here we are. Okay, so
And Chris, if you ever want a picture, let me know. I'll take it.
yeah. Well, Karen, snap
anytime.
away. If it's
Okay.
easy enough for you to make a gallery for us, that'd be great. So everybody, we're going to do a quick picture as we're all coming back, and many of us have our cameras turned on to do kind of a class photo. That's something I want to talk about in just a moment. But here's a great moment for us now. So everybody, please, can you, if you don't mind, say cheese?
Jeez. Okay.
Nice. All right, have fun. And Karen, if you need to get us to do that again because you're scrolling down to another part of the screen, just let me know and I'll get that going too. But reporters, you have a choice right now. You can either kind of raise your hand and I'll call on you to share a few words, or you can type something in the chat. But we're hoping to get some highlights of what came out of your discussions in the breakout room. And everybody else, you've got a question there to reflect upon, right? Which is this question of what comments and ideas stood out for you from your group conversation. And I'd invite you all to maybe throughout the session today, maybe keep something nearby. Like I've got a notebook right here, which makes me disappear. Well, it doesn't. Trust me, that's a notebook that makes my face disappear. Yeah, okay. Anyway, to jot down some notes and hopefully get some ideas that you'll be able to bring to your classes later. So reporters, are there any reporters who would like to raise a hand to volunteer and maybe get called on to share a couple things from your breakout room? Should I start calling on people? Oh, Tatiana says, yes, call on people. But I don't see it's hard for me to see the ones. Everybody's got very long names. Let's see. I see Olya Shetinkova, and I'm sorry about my.
Yeah, it's me. Hi.
So would you mind telling us something? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have discussed what to do and what not to do on the first day. So instructions depends on the online classes or face-to-face. Mainly it's online classes. So first of all, we agree that we need to do some technical instruction, what applications, what maybe programs we are going to use with students. Are they aware of these? Can they use all these applications? And then it's better to start setting rapport among the students and teachers also. We can give some task or games to like maybe to communicate, to let them communicate, yeah, about themselves. I propose such task as try to guess, yeah, or just to break ice for the first class. But also you need to set to explain the rules. Then you need to show curriculum program, and so maybe some settings, tell about the deadlines of some tasks and so on. It's in brief, what not to do, it's please not set expectations for the first, and no test, no entry test, please, because sometimes it will be not good for students. Your students could be not motivated when you are going to do this at the first time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you. This is great. This is great. Yeah. So some of the things that you're mentioning, I see coming up in some of the comments in the chat, like this idea of building rapport is a good one. And no testing. It's funny. We'll be talking about testing a little bit later. So let's call on 2 more people, and then we'll move on to the next section. I see, and I'm sorry, I'm going to get the pronunciation wrong, but Manije. And then after that, Irina. Manije, yeah, there you go. And how do you pronounce your name?
Manije.
Manije. Okay, great.
Yes, there are, something that a teacher can do at the beginning of the semester or first day of the class. First of all, the environment should be very positive, very friendly environment. And the teacher should, at the beginning, not focus on only the rule or, the teacher expectation from the student, but showing that the environment is something like, the teacher is trying the student learn something, and show the process of the learning. And learning is not such kind of thing that the student or even the teacher know everything, and nobody is an expert, but the class is a place that the student going to learn something about the new content or new concept, or in different ESL classes. And also encouraging student to not only, connection between classroom and community, encourage them something that learn, use in the community and practice. And also, about the syllabus that usually the teacher created at the beginning of the semester. I believe I, as a student, ESL classes at the Stillwell College, the first year of my joining ESL classes, I always had a confusion about the about the rule of the class syllabus, and I really realized, okay, this is a grammar class, and what is the expectation of the teacher from me, and how can I fit myself in the process of the classroom?
That's nice. Manoj, thank you so much. I really like that idea of a syllabus that is not just about the rules, but is also about where does the student fit into the process. And I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Thank you so much, Manoj. I'm going to get Irina for a moment. And I think I know Irina already from TESOL Portland, from a wonderful presentation.
Very nice to see you. Yeah, Chris, very nice to see you online. It's like in Portland again. And what I want to say that we have much in common, but slight differences with Manishi and Olga. We also have agreed that we work with different target groups of students. From the first year students at the university in Ukraine, it means they're 17 or 18 years old, till the adults, the ladies presented, and even adults at the advanced level. But we have come to the agreement that each of us start with building a safe community and safe and friendly learning environment. And we were not focused on the details, but we mentioned the warming up activities, kicking the ball activities, ice breaking activities, but we didn't mention exactly which ones. But what teachers who worked with adults, and I agree with this, that we need to share our expectation, that is goals. If we compare with Olga's group, that we agreed that we need to share our expectations and expected learning outcomes from the course from the very beginning, especially when we're working with adults. They need to know what will be the end of their course in order to encourage them to participate in the course. And also we agreed, like Manishi said, that we also need to think about classroom rules, or you may call it code of behavior. It depends on the specialty, or maybe a contract signed with the teacher within the group, where you can get set of rules starting from how do you learn, for example, that you need to learn each class and do self-study home task and so on and so forth, how to behave within the group, interact, that you need to respect your group mates, and so on. Like how do you work with the resources? It depends on the group, because it is there will be code of behavior. But as teachers, we think that it is very important. And again, that is not in line with Olga's group, that we mentioned that we need entry tests, and we need to identify the level of entry, but not grade it without grades, and say that it's simply for you to help to coordinate the course, to redesign the course exactly for you, to help you to fill in your gaps, to be within the whole group. That is the main ideas of room 3. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Irina. That was amazing. A lot of great things there. And so everything that I've heard so far is sparking a lot of connections to some things that I'm eager to share with everybody as well. Now I'm still sharing my screen, I think. Is that right, everybody? Okay, great. So let's take a look at a couple of other things here related to what we've been talking about here. So one thing is the syllabus, right? So Irina, you just mentioned about the rules and students knowing how to get along with each other. Also things like where are we going at the end? And so these are some themes that I'm catching. One thing that I didn't hear talked about very much was the calendar, although it might have come up in your rooms. Group dynamics is another topic that's a very, very big topic, but it sounds like many of you are already talking about this, about building rapport. And then the last thing that we might talk about before our first break is routines. So let's start with the syllabus, right? So here's a question to think about, right? What are some ways to make a syllabus effective and useful for the students? Now, this might seem like a very intuitive question, or it might seem like a strange question. It depends on how you approach your syllabus, I suppose. But because I'll tell you the truth, in California, sometimes we put things on the syllabus that are really for our boss or for the chancellor, like the administration kind of requires us to put some things on there, and it can be very legalistic language, at least parts of it, but not all of it, right? And so what about if we're thinking about the student's experience? Well, if I think about the student's experience of a syllabus, I'm sorry to tell you, I get a little bit depressed. And the reason for that is because, well, I've seen some really fantastic syllabi. For example, I was at UC Irvine, I was observing a teacher who was he was getting tenure based on being an excellent educator. It's a special program they have where it's not about research, it's about excellence in education, and that's how they get tenure. It's called Lecturer with Security of Employment. He had this syllabus that was 10 or 12 pages long, very student-centered language, explaining Bloom's taxonomy and all kinds of things in student-centered language. But you know, and I was so impressed when I saw his syllabus. And then I saw a story in the newspaper about this. And so this is a story about a syllabus, and it's a syllabus where the teacher had something in the middle of the syllabus, right in the middle of the syllabus. It said, by the way, I have a post office box on Main Street at the post office, and inside that post office box is $50. The first person who finds this part of the syllabus can go there and use this code and get the $50. Now, what do you think, everybody? Do you think what happened? How long did the $50 stay in the post office box? You can probably guess from the way I'm telling the story, right? But you're afraid to guess what is probably true. Yes, it's true. The $50 stayed in the post office box for the entire semester. No one ever read the syllabus all the way through. So I feel like that's a very sobering moment, right? We pour so much love and attention into having a good syllabus that really maps out the course. Is anybody reading it? Maybe not, even if we pay them secretly. Now, we can't pay our students to do this all the time, but this was a really nice experiment, I thought. So what can we do about it, right? So one thing we can do is we can try to find ways to help students connect to the syllabus. And the first thing I think about when I think about this idea is I was working in Japan several years ago. And one day I was walking down the hallway to my office, and I saw that one of my colleagues was teaching, except it kind of seemed like he wasn't teaching. You know, like the door was open, he was standing in the doorway, he had his arms crossed, and he was hanging out. And you know, I'm walking to my office, and he says, "Hey, Chris, good day, mate," from Australia. And I thought, okay, what's going on in there, man? And he said, "Oh, they're learning about the syllabus." And I thought, all right, but you're out here in the hallway with me, so this I'm not so impressed so far. But then he pointed out that taped all around the room were pieces of his syllabus, and he had given the students on the screen a set of questions that they had to find the answers to. And so the students had a syllabus hunt. They had to go around the room and find the pieces of information. They had to practice their scanning skills, right? A good reading skill, scanning for specific information, and they had to find the information distributed around the room. And so this is kind of a syllabus hunt. And since then, I've experimented with this myself. And even in the online context, I find that sometimes it's good to make kind of an outline hunt activity on Canvas, for example, right? So maybe I have the syllabus, but I also have I put the syllabus into a discussion, and I ask students to find the answers to some questions, and they have to post the answers to those questions. Now, one thing I like about this is when I do this, when I turn it into a game in this fashion, it also forces me to ask myself, what are the most important parts of the syllabus? What are the things I want to make sure that everybody gets? And that's where we put our attention. Everything else is there, so my boss stays happy, and so I keep my job and all of that. But what are the things that students really need to know in order to survive the class well? Well, I'm going to shine a spotlight on that right now. All right. And so another thing that got mentioned is this idea of rules for the students. And so I'm sure some of you try this as well. We can have a place in our syllabus where that is not written yet. And maybe in the first week of class, as a class, we generate the rules together. We can sort of ask everybody, what are some things that you've noticed in other classes that you like? How do you feel about, like, how often should we speak English in this class? Or how do we respond to late assignments? What do you want the teacher to do if you're late on an assignment? We can negotiate. There are some things we can negotiate together. And if we do negotiate them together, maybe the students will have more buy-in. And certainly we hope that they will be more aware of what these rules are. And we can make them more aware if we actually print it out and make it like a contract and post it on the wall somewhere. So there are some fun things we can do there to sort of break open the idea of a syllabus. We could talk about the syllabus all day long, and I'm sure we'd all have a great time. But we're going to talk about some other things too. So what else? On the syllabus, we often have dates, right? And so when I was observing a really great professor at UC Irvine, I mentioned a minute ago, he had a great syllabus. He didn't just leave the students to read the syllabus. On the first day of class, he didn't do a hunt, but he did call students' attention to certain things. And one thing that he dwelled on was the dates. And so I'll show you exactly what he had on his PowerPoint. Here it is. He said, please mark your calendars, right? Take out your planners, your calendars. And he had a moment in class where he just stopped. This was 450 students, by the way. But he stopped and he said, everybody take out your planners or your phone, whatever you got. And I want you to type in a couple things on your calendar. We're going to have pre-class assignments due every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So set up a repeating reminder for yourself for that. We're going to have quizzes every Sunday night. And here are the exam dates. Put those dates in your calendar. And so just making a moment there for students to put this in, to manage their time, to commit to managing their time and being aware of their commitment in this class. Also, if you look more closely, you'll see a hint of what is called high structure instruction. We'll talk about that more in the second hour of our class, of our session today. Okay, so here's another thing he had. He had a kind of instructing students how to be successful in the class. That was part of its syllabus and part of what he shared on that first day. From here, I want to pivot to something that is near and dear to pretty much everybody's hearts in this group, I think, and that is the idea of building rapport, right? And so when I think of building rapport, I think of this book here, and I know June is a fan of this book too. June has given a really nice presentation on this as well. I had the good fortune when I was working in Japan that one of the authors was one of my colleagues, and I ended up co-presenting with him on a bunch of things and learning a lot from him. The best presentation I ever went to, I think, was one given by him before a semester began, because he got us so excited about ideas to begin our school year. And it transformed the way I teach and to this day, actually. So this is a really handy book that I try to think about at the beginning of every school year. And so what is group dynamics? Well, group dynamics is about the way that groups take on a life of their own. It's about the common features that groups tend to take on, and the idea that a group has greater resources than any single member. And it really boils down to three principles. The principles are, we should learn the students' names, we should get students interacting with each other, and we should take the time to get to know each other. If we can do those things, then we're going to have some good group dynamics, and we're going to have like a positive community. The goal here is we want to have a class where students feel like this is a special group and they don't want to miss it, because they're kind of their friends, the people they care about, the people that they enjoy being with are here. And so they don't want to be late. They want to be early, actually. They want to stay late. They want to be in this unique circumstance with this positive kind of group that they're a part of, ideally. So how do we create that, right? So many of you have great ideas. Some of the things that I picked up from Tim Murphy and Zoltan Dornier's book, and from Tim Murphy directly, is the importance of learning students' names, of course, right? And so we could ask ourselves, why is it so important to know students' names? And we could probably think of a lot of different reasons. I think back to Dale Carnegie and how to win friends and influence people sometimes, because the way he put it was, a person's name to that person is the sweetest sound there is. And so I often keep that in the back of my mind. If I'm taking the time to learn someone's name, it's also just a form of care, a way of demonstrating I care about you. I notice that you're in my class, and that's very important also, because if we think about some other things, it's of course crucial for relationships. It's very hard to be friends with someone if you don't know their name. It's great for classroom management. If you see somebody straying, you don't have to do very much more than just say, Karen, could you read the next one, please? Right? That's it. If I see that Karen's gone somewhere else, I just throw her name in and work her into the discussion, and I don't have to do anything else. But it's great for management, of course. But my favorite one, or perhaps the one that gives me the most pause, is this idea that anonymity equals non-existence. So in the book, they have a quote of something like, if the teacher doesn't know my name and doesn't seem to recognize me, then I feel like I don't exist in the course, but I feel like it doesn't matter if I show up or not. And so I took these ideas to heart, and I started thinking about how I could apply these to my class, right? And one thing a further question that I had was, what about the students? Should they know each other's names? And so that's a question that I'd love to hear from all of you about. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to jump to a poll, actually. So what do you think? Should students know each other's names? I'm going to find the poll here, and I'm going to launch it. And there are three options here, right? One is it's not important for the instructor to know the students' names. One is it is important for the instructor to know the students' names. Maybe I've given away the answer there, but there's one more option. It's important for the instructor, sorry, not instruction, but instructor to know the students' names, and for the students to know each other's names. I'm seeing 16, 17 responses, 18, it's climbing. All right, in just maybe 20 more seconds, I'm going to close it. Okay, I think we got it. So I'm going to end the poll, and you'll see in the results here that we have some very popular answers here. Most popular by far, 23 people saying not just the instructor knowing the students' names, but the students knowing the students' names as well are the important things. So going forward with that idea, I can share with you a quick little story of I had been teaching the same class for couple of years in Japan, and I learned everybody's names. But after I took Tim's workshop, I changed things, and I got the students to learn each other's names. I focused on that a lot. And the difference between the classes was night and day. Everything else about the class was the same material, same teacher. But when the students knew each other's names, it was people, like I said, they were showing up early, they were staying late. There was a kind of energy in the room that was much, much nicer. So from that point forward, I try to focus on students learning each other's names. And so I'll just share a couple of quick ideas, and we're going to take a break in about two minutes, everybody. So hang in there. So some ideas are group pictures and things like that. So maybe a group picture where everybody holds up their name, and you can take a picture like that. You can also take a second picture where everybody turns the paper around and holds a blank sheet so that you can quiz yourself later, and you can share this with the students so they can quiz themselves as well. This is something I picked up from colleagues in Japan. You can have everybody stand in a circle and do their first vocabulary activity, right? When we learn language, we learn vocabulary, and we can learn this idea that the way we learn vocabulary is by encountering it in different ways and using it in different ways. And we can start to practice that with one another's names. And then we can have a test. And the test can be very, very informal. Everybody comes back to their desk and they just write in their own notebook the names of their classmates, how many can they remember, and all these things, right? So let's see. And so when they finish, they get to talk to their neighbors. Okay, so we could talk about this for a long time, as I mentioned, but I'm going to honor our time and allow us to switch to the opportunity drawing in just a moment. So let's see, I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm just going to bring us to one more thing that I want to share with you. Just give me a second here. And while I'm doing this, please, can you think about other ideas that you might have for sharing names, or other ideas that you might have for building community that you haven't mentioned yet? We might have a chance to talk about these things a little bit later. Right now, I'm going to go to a kind of a reflection slide to wrap this section up. So here we go. And so can you tell me, do you see a slide that says topics, activities so far? Yeah. Okay, so when we come back from the break, we're going to talk about this idea of testing and useful ways of testing that are not so onerous, perhaps. And so I just made everything disappear, didn't I? But here are some things that we've talked about so far, right? And so you might ask yourself, what do you remember about this? Was there anything useful so far that you've heard from me, from your colleagues in the breakout rooms in these different areas, right? And then the next thing is I want to tell you what's coming next. So coming soon, we are going to have some day-to-day routines. We're going to focus more on routines. I'm going to share I'm going to share a few things. And again, I'm going to be eager to hear from you about what do you think of as an important routine, and kind of what secrets do you have for making routines work. And then in the third hour, we're going to talk about ending course as well, which I'm really excited about because I feel like no one ever talks about this, but we all do it. Anyway, after the break, the first thing is we're going to talk about warm-ups. At CATESOL in Portland a few weeks ago, I went to an awesome presentation about warm-ups, and I came out excited, and it's changed the way I'm teaching right now. So I'm going to share some really great warm-ups that I learned about out there. And that's so don't be late. Come back and be ready to talk about that, or to join a warm-up, please. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Famian. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that fantastic first session. I'm going to share my screen with everybody now. Okay. So as you can see, we are now at the point where we'll have our opportunity drawing. And then this is the agenda for the rest of the day. And I'm going to turn it over to Victoria Myers, who will be conducting our opportunity drawing.
All right. Thank you, Femia. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if I can do that. Can you see my screen, everyone?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for attending CATESOL conference, Orange County chapter. We're excited to have you, and we're going to have use our namepickerinja.com website for to pick the winners for the next 4 gift cards. We have Amazon gift cards today. They are donated by CATESOL. And at this time, we will use 4 gift cards, and then please stay for the next opportunity drawing session where we'll give away the rest of the 4 gift cards. Each gift card is $25, and I'm sure everyone can enjoy and find something useful on Amazon. All right, and here we go. Let's see who the winners are. The first one. And ta-da, drum roll. Rosales Eric, congratulations. And I hope you're here. And all right, and the next winner is ta-da. Okay, Campos Alvarez. Congratulations. Another gift card, and we have 2 more to go. So hopefully, good luck, everyone. Here we go. And the next one goes to Wu Jamie. Congratulations. And thank you. And the last one for this session, $25 gift card to Amazon goes to Margaret. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, but congratulations, all the winners. And this concludes our opportunity drawing session at this time. So thank you very much. And I'll stop sharing. And congratulations to all of the participants. Let me see.
Thank you so much, Victoria, and congratulations again to our 4 winners.
Congratulations.
So everyone, we have 10 minutes now for a short break. Please do what you need to do, stretch your legs, and come back we're going to start at 10:30. We will start our second part of Chris's presentation.
Can we take a quick screenshot now?
Yes.
Okay, because the pictures are larger if we take them now.
Okay.
Just everybody turn on their camera, smile, look happy. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more because I have to do my screen. We have so many people here today. It's absolutely wonderful. Screenshot 2 if you'd like to have your picture taken. We understand if you don't want to, but count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Next shot, and this is our last one. 1. Oh, lots of names, but okay. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen. All right, everyone. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Say hi. Come say hi, Rhea. Oh, there you go. Can you say hi, Rhea? Hi. Oh,
Hello.
there you go.
Hi there.
Hello.
Oh, no. There you go. Hi, June.
Chris, did you have voodoo donuts when you were in Portland, or do they have the voodoo donuts anymore? That's what I remember about TESOL when I was there. Everybody was on the plane coming back with the pink boxes of the voodoo donuts.
Right. Yes. Yes. A trip would not be the same without some voodoo donuts. I just realized we never stopped the recording because we were going to have a slide timer going, and that's my responsibility. So I'm going to get that going right now. Let's see if I can figure this out. So I think I have to go to slideshow. And this is another nice routine, actually. So I'm going to, let's see, slideshow. No, that's not what I wanted. All right, so bear with me. I want to try to get this looping. So presenter view, start from the beginning. Let's see, so if I start from the beginning, and then, yeah, here we go. I click on 3 dots, and I can click on autoplay. And then I can say change the slide every, I don't know, 15 seconds, and then loop. And so this will play during the break for the remaining 2 minutes that we have. Okay, so I'm going to be quiet for 2 minutes. Enjoy your silence, everybody.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is now 10:30, and we want to start promptly so that Chris has enough time to share all of these amazing things that we're learning about today. So Chris, are you ready to go for part 2, our second hour? All right.
If I can only find the mute button and the share screen button and yeah, all those things. Here we go. So am I sharing the screen that I think I'm sharing? Well, you don't know, right? What screen do I think I'm sharing? Do you guys see the mountains?
Yeah, structuring ESL courses for success part 2.
All right, beautiful. Thanks for being back, everybody. You are here ready to go with a warm-up. So here it is. This is something I learned about in Portland. A very nice, very short 20-minute teaching tip presentation about warm-ups. I'll give the presenters credit in a moment. But what do you think? What's going on in this picture? Please type your ideas in the chat. I'll give you just 1 minute. So the fast typers are going to be the winners on this one. What's going on here? Let's see, so far I see a cat train, nice. People resting at the park. But there's more going on, right? If we look closely, we see some different things happening in different parts of the picture. Pets race, nice. Grandparents spending time with their grandchildren. Okay. Cat naps. I like it. Hey, Savvy, I sent you a message to tech support, by the way. I don't know if you saw that, but if you're able to look into that, that'd be great. If not, no
I'll
problem.
look for it.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to do a countdown. We got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so if you still have ideas, you can still type them in as we're going, but that's we're making this a very short demonstration of a warm-up. And I'll show you that if you wanted to go a little further with your students, you could do something like asking a few more questions, right? Maybe to promote critical thinking, asking things like, what do you see that makes you say that, right? So not just what's going on, but why do you say that? What evidence do you have, right? And so maybe we're making a connection to good writing or good speeches, right? Where we present something, but we give evidence for it. And also asking students to elaborate. What more can you find? Could be another piece of this. Now, I'm sure you can all think of other ways that you could expand on this or do variations on this for your classes. Of course, photographs are a fantastic kind of a warm-up. They really open themselves up to lots of different things. Now, at this point, you're probably curious, like, okay, but Chris, what's the answer? And don't worry, I'll tell you, but you're going to have to check with me at the end. And so that's another technique, right? Is we can have, maybe we tell a story, we have a mystery at the beginning of our class, and we hopefully get people interested to stick around for the end. So sorry if that's mean, but that's how things are. I will give the answer at the end of this hour, though. Okay, now where did I get this? Well, first of all, I learned about it from the presenters in Portland, but they were talking about this website. It's the New York Times. They've got a feature called What's Going On in This Picture, and they do it every week. And so if you wanted to, you could have your students participate in the guessing game. Basically, they post a picture, and everybody's invited to post their comments for the first few days of the week. And then I think on Thursday, they reveal what the true answer was. They reveal what the original caption of the photo was and what the story is behind it as far as they know. So that's what I'll be revealing a little bit later. Now, of course, we don't have to rely just on the New York Times or something like that. If you want to kind of build community with your students, you might keep your camera handy and try to capture interesting things going on in your class and make that a focus. Here's something very strange that happened to me one Halloween during the pandemic. It was probably the best. It was definitely the best pandemic Halloween I ever had. I'll tell you that much. And so that's another story that we could talk about. And so the topic here is we're talking about day-to-day routines, right? We're talking about what do we do every day to make a good class for our students. And so we might begin with warm-ups. And if you think about it, you could probably brainstorm a number of different benefits for warm-ups. When I thought about it, I thought of a few things. If I say something here that is not what you were thinking, please put it in the chat. We want to get as many ideas here as we can. But here are some things I was thinking about. I thought it's pretty good for waking up their kind of English-speaking parts of the brain, right? Maybe they've been using their home language all day long, but now they have to shift. And so this could be kind of an easy way to get in there. Technically, maybe we're activating schema, especially if the warm-up is related to the content of the day. Maybe we're kind of waking up those neurons that are related, and that's going to help them understand things as we go forward. It can help students connect with one another. If we choose the right kind of warm-ups, maybe students will engage with each other and interact and feel a desire to speak English, right? Maybe they'll want to communicate. It can help them transition from the outside world to the world of the class. If this is part of our routine, people know, all right, so I'm putting my books down, but I'm looking at the screen, I'm getting in the zone, I'm getting ready to engage. This is an engaging class. And of course, if we do it only at the beginning, maybe it will make students want to be on time. So like I said, these are just some things that I kind of brainstormed when I was thinking about this. And it was certainly inspired by that presentation in Portland as well. But you can probably think of more ideas about what is good about warm-ups, or you might have more ideas about good warm-ups that we should use. And I'm going to share a few more that I picked up from Portland and from other places right now. But again, please keep that chat active with more ideas. And moderators, I'm going to give you a moment shortly to let me know what came out about other ideas regarding the benefits of warm-ups or some useful warm-ups for us to use. So here are some other warm-ups that I heard about in Portland. One was to share like maybe an interesting quote and ask students to discuss it, or maybe they do a quick write where they write their thoughts on it, something that's not collected. But one nice thing about when students write something down first is that they're more ready to talk to their neighbors. So maybe everybody gets 1 minute of silent writing, and then you say, okay, talk to your neighbors. Objects, we can have people bring in something that's, you as a teacher perhaps can bring in something that's meaningful to you or interesting. I could bring a voodoo donut from Portland, right? And I could put it on a plate at the front of the room and ask everybody, what's going on here? What's this donut all about? And maybe they have to write something about that. We can connect students to the local culture, right? If students are coming from different places to go to school, then we might help them learn about the school. We might have a warm-up that's related to learning about a particular part of the school or the place where you live. Another nice one is topics of debate. And I'll give you an example. And as you can see at the bottom, I think, these ideas all came from Renee and Parthy of University of Wisconsin-Madison. So they had the great presentation. And so I owe them a lot. And here's another highlight of their very good presentation was the idea of a debate. And it doesn't have to be a serious debate. And I tried this out in my class last Monday, and my students got vocal about this. Does cereal count as soup? Important matters like that, right? These are the things we need to know. So breakfast cereal, cornflakes, and milk. I mean, technically, well, but it's cold, but then there's gazpacho. I don't know. I'll let you battle it out in your own heads. I don't want to ruin that for you. But that's the kind of thing that you might bring into your classes as well as a warm-up, right? Something informal. And I tell you, when I tried it with my students, I really enjoyed that they were kind of just getting into it. And they were just, nobody has a reason to care that much, but they were having some fun. So you have to decide what matches your students, but we can get a lot of ideas like that. Okay, another alternative. The ones important, the presenters important didn't mention this. I forget where I got this idea, but it's popular on the internet, right? This idea of this or that. People are posting things or have been on Instagram and Facebook and places like that, where you have choices and you can list in a response which one you prefer, right? And people get to know each other this way. Very naturally leads to a conversation. Of course, before you do this in a class, you might want to do a quick review of the language of preferences, the language of asking questions for this, but it could be a fun way to get conversation going very, very quickly. All right, so what about you? What are some routines that work for you? Now, actually, before I go to this, I want to go back here for a second. I promised I was going to ask the moderators. So moderators, that's what, June and Guadalupe and Mimi, I think. Can any of you tell me what are some interesting things that you caught in the chats related to warm-ups?
Well, I'll go first. I saw immediately what Savvy posted, Rose, Thorn, and Bud. A good thing from your week, a not so good thing, and something you're looking forward to. Awesome.
Thank you. And Savvy, everybody, I owe Savvy some credit for some of the ideas. During the break, I was trying to do the slideshow, and I'll do it better next time, I promise. We'll start that sooner. But that's an idea I got from Savvy. Savvy's got a lot of fantastic ideas. We're very, very lucky to have her. And yeah, so thank you, June. Thank you so much for sharing that one. And that's a great idea. How about Mimi and
someone said warm up giving at receiving compliments. So giving and receiving compliments. That sounds interesting. Like that.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, very positive way to begin.
Yeah, that's me. I can explain it. I like this idea. I say, wow, Christopher, you look wonderful today. Thank you, Tanya. So do you? Then you face Mimi and say, you're not allowed to repeat the same word. Oh, Mimi, you look fantastic today. Thank you. So do you? And that it goes like in a circle. Thank you. I like it very much.
Lovely, lovely. That's, what a nice way to begin a class. Now, imagine, do you have a moments where maybe during one of your classes, you brainstorm different kinds of compliments so students have a lot of ideas of what they can say?
That is how we enlarge their vocabulary, adjectives, giving compliments. And thank you, so do. And I'm trying to teach them to be polite, yeah? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tatiana. That was great. All right. Well, now I want to hear more from everybody. And I want to kind of begin with just kind of a question to you all of what do you think of when you think of routines and what routines work for you, right? So maybe you use warm-ups, maybe you don't, maybe you have something special you do when students walk into the room, maybe you have something special you do every day about putting students in groups or about checking homework. So think about something that maybe your colleagues don't know about that might be a good idea for us. And if you can, please put some ideas in the chat. I'll give everybody guess just 1 minute, but you'll have more time. But let's take 1 minute of silence anyway to jot some ideas into the chat. What do you think? What routines work for you? I realize that this word routine is kind of open to interpretation, perhaps as well, and that's okay. We're going to accept any interpretation, but things that you regularly do in your class, day to day, that seem to be good for you, good for the students. You could even mention routines of how do you grade homework, or how, anything that's kind of a routine that works for you will be very interesting to see right now. And moderators, I'm going to put you to work again. Okay, and I see from Savvy, yes, if you can make it a choose your own adventure on that, that would be great. So I see Nettie, you shared a lesson plan on using pictures. Thank you so much. Wow. All right. And vocabulary, a game at the beginning. Yeah, that makes sense from Oksana. They're receiving compliments, right? Right. Oh, I'm backed up, aren't I? I'm looking at the warm-ups. Ha ha ha. Right, let me catch up here a little bit. Which those warm-ups can be part of the routine, of course. Yeah, Famia, an informal check-in to allow students to share life news, to sort of celebrate the awesome things going on. That's very nice. Reviewing previous materials, right? Eric, you said Voice of America news report on Mondays and Wednesdays. So that's a part of your routine. And then Voice of America newspaper article on Tuesdays and Thursdays. All right. Let's see, I see Marguerite, you said each student writes down one sentence on the board of something that he or she did that day. And so, yeah, wow. So that can be practicing the past tense, and also connects to what we were talking about in the first hour about building community, right? The students are getting to know each other. Gray, about music. I love that idea. And thanks for sharing your music of choice. Great. So lots of amazing ideas here. Sorry, moderators, I guess I stole your job one, but don't worry, I will be troubling you for help again before you know it. Okay, so thank you, everybody. I'm going to go forward here and share some things that I thought we would talk about. Warm-ups, of course. Well, we covered that one. We can tick that box. But what about the first minutes of class? I don't know. I don't know if I saw so many ideas in the chat just now about that. Although the warm-ups certainly counts. High structure routines is something that was mentioned in the blurb about this presentation. So what are they? What do they look like, and why? We'll talk about cognitive psychology. Again, I got inspired when I went to CATESOL Portland. I saw a great presentation that made me remember a lot of things. I was a psych major and I've taken a bunch of classes myself, but it's always good to be reminded of things, right? And one thing that it inspired me to do was to pick up a book called Make It Stick. And so we're going to be looking at some highlights from that presentation and some highlights from that book, Cognitive Psychology, and how they might be a useful part of our routines. All right, what else? We'll also get a little help from ChatGPT, a very topical thing. So I'm going to share some things of how that has become a part of, not my routine necessarily, but it could be. Yeah, maybe it is part of my routine. We'll see. Okay, and more if time permits. Let's see how we do. So, okay, so what are some routines for the first few minutes of class, right? So everybody think about that. And I'm going to share some of mine, but once again, let's keep up this kind of routine ourselves of, I'll share some ideas. And if you see that I'm missing something, please put it in the chat and we'll get a much richer presentation out of this, much richer experience. So the first one is related to what Gray said about music, right? Use music. But one of my colleagues back at my previous college had this great idea. She said, find out students' favorite songs and make a list of it. And then at the beginning of every class, play a different favorite song. So students, again, are getting to know each other. It's kind of a fun thing. Students come in and they feel connection to the class. There's probably a million reasons why that might be a really nice way to begin your class. I haven't tried this one myself, but when I think about my daughter, I know that she would love this. And so I'm eager to try it. Next one, greet students by name as they enter and ask individual questions. Remember that idea, right? That if the teacher doesn't know my name, I feel like I don't exist, right? So if you're there early and you're noticing that they come in and you're making a point to say hello to every single person, this works great on Zoom, of course, as well. But just have that little interaction at the beginning to show them that you know they're here, you're glad they're here. I mean, everybody's got challenges that could prevent them from coming, right? But we are doing something that we're passionate about, and we can't do it without the people in the room. There are probably 100 reasons why we can have kind of a very nice interaction with the students as they come in and get to know them a little better. If you know that somebody was out because of a kidney problem or somebody had to take care of their baby, you can ask questions about that as well to keep building that relationship and that connection. Start on time, right? So one thing that seems to be interesting is if you don't start on time, then you can kind of never start on time because students will know that you're not going to begin on the appointed hour, and it's just going to keep getting worse, perhaps. So I found that's something I picked up from Roger Dupuis. Actually, Roger's around. Thanks, Roger. We were co-teaching in Japan, and I had that question of like, well, they're not back from the break yet. Should we wait? And Roger, I remember you saying, no, get going. And I think that was very wise, very wise. And I've been using it ever since, and I think it's paid off for me very nicely. What else? Warm-ups. Well, we just talked about that. Or a do now. A variation on a warm-up is a do now. You might have a routine where students, especially like in working with younger students, maybe students know they have to pick up their vocabulary notebook from the front, and they have to open it, and they have to sit at their desk, and they have to, do a couple things. Or maybe there's a question on the board that people have to do a quick write about, right? Or maybe they have to open their homework to the first page. There might be a whole bunch of different things that we can make a routine that students know. You come in the room and you sit down and you do this thing. So that's considered a do now. By the way, some ideas like that come from this book. Teach Like a Champion is a very interesting book. It's based on the K-12 setting. Doug Lemov did, he looked at classes where the classes had done well on test scores. And we can debate whether standardized tests is a good way to decide if a class is good or not. That's a very good debate to have. Nonetheless, he went to these classes and he tried to figure out what are these teachers doing that is similar. And in this version of the book, he's got 49 techniques that the teachers are using on a regular basis. So if you're thinking about routines and wanting some new things, there's a lot of great ideas there for how to lead a discussion that gets everybody involved, for how to have routines that make efficient use of time. It's for the K-12 environment, but I found a lot applicable to just about anything. What else? Here's an interesting one. You can say hello bilinguals or hello English speakers. You can be very, very mindful about how you greet your students at the beginning. Students are maybe kind of feeling not confident in their language abilities, may feel like I'm not an English speaker, and you can try to disabuse them of that notion. If you're in my class and you're talking to your neighbors and you're using English, then you are an English speaker. And by the way, doesn't make you less than. You're bilingual, you're multilingual. So maybe making that something that we call attention to from the start can be inspiring to the students. I got this idea from a book. Reach over here and grab another book. Okay, so at Saddleback, we're reading this book here, The End of Bias. And it's about how everybody's biased and we're kind of, our brains are wired to see things in categories. And they had an interesting study there about children. And they found that when the teacher said, hello, boys and girls, versus hello, everybody, right? The students in a class where the teacher said, hello, boys and girls, were much more attuned to gender differences. And they found them much more important. And so I just wonder if, I haven't done any research on it, but it just seems like there's probably a few different good reasons to call students' attention to who they are, and kind of a strengths-based approach of looking at what they're doing in your class. All right, another one, show the lesson objectives, right? In student-friendly terms. So be mindful that it could be something like, by the end of today's class, you should be able to, right? Those kind of SWABAT, right? Students will be able to objectives. And often it's good to make those objectives in terms that are observable, so that we can measure them. One of you mentioned in the chat, I saw the idea of having a review, and I've seen this referred to as buzz groups. So you might have a routine that students get together in a group, and maybe there's some questions on the screen that are a review of the last class, maybe a couple questions from the last class, and they have to get together and figure it out so that they kind of, wake up their brains to what's going on here, where are we? And if somebody was absent, they are helping each other. So that's another one. Okay, and then finally, a no-stakes quiz could be very similar to that, but this is everybody doing a quiz on the material, but it doesn't count for very much. I'm going to come back to that idea because it is closely connected to everything I want to share with you about cognitive psychology, right? So, okay. Now, before I forget, though, we've got this image of the clock here, the watch to represent the first few minutes of class, but I also wanted to explore this idea of how do we break up our class. And by the way, let me remind everyone, if you see that you had some ideas for the first few minutes of class and I missed something, now is a great time to throw some things in the chat. And moderators, I'm going to try to call on you in a moment to just let me know, did anything else pop up about how to manage the first few minutes of class, things to do to begin in a very nice way. Okay, but the next topic for me, while people are perhaps typing in the chat, is how long is too long for a lecture, right? So we could say that I'm sorry, everybody. I'm lecturing right now. I kind of hate it, right? I want to be more interactive with everybody and hear from you, but this is the way we're organizing things right now. If we look at the research about attention span, right? We hear that attention spans are diminishing. It depends on what study you look at, but one place that inspired me initially was, here's another book, everybody, Brain Rules. Brain Rules was a book that tries to boil down research on neuroscience into some practical ideas. And so in that book, he says that 10 minutes is the maximum amount of time that we can keep our attention on something. And so as an instructor, it's a good idea to think about, how can I break up what I'm doing into 10-minute chunks? And so in our case, I could try to have a poll. I could try to ask everybody to type something in the chat. I could have a video. I could change the subject. I could have a story that's very interesting. There are a lot of different things that I could try to do to try to make sure that I keep everybody engaged over the course of the lesson, right? So that's another part of a routine that we might consider. Now, let me call on the moderators. Moderators, has anything happened in the chat related to the first few minutes of class? Is there anything we should talk about there? Damien, thank you for sharing the book. Yeah.
Who's the author of the last book you mentioned?
Sure, it's John Medina, and the book is called Brain Rules. Thank you. Okay, well, if anybody thinks of anything to add, moderators, I'm going to trust you to. Thank you so much for putting those links in, Guadalupe. Great. All right, so let's go to the next section here, and that is I want to pivot to share some things from other places. So I guess maybe you can tell everybody. I trust that we have a lot of experts in the room, a lot of people here who have great expertise in how to be good teachers, and we maybe have similar background. So one challenge that I give myself is I try to reach out to these different books that I'm looking at to try to bring in some things that maybe you didn't hear about somewhere else. It's kind of a fun little challenge for me. And it's going to be really weird tomorrow when I don't have a reason to read these 12 different books at the same time. I'm going to have to find a new hobby, I guess. But it's been a lot of fun. So one thing I want to share with you now is that you probably haven't heard about is what's going on in the field of STEM education in the United States. And this one is actually connected to what I studied for my PhD. So I had the good fortune when I was studying for my PhD to observe the class of a biology instructor, like I said before, who was very gifted in education and was looking into the research on education. And this is very important what he was doing. And I'll show you why. In the STEM fields, there's been a big problem. And the problem is that for generations, teachers have been teaching the same way, right? So very traditional kind of fashion of somebody standing at the front of the room, giving a lecture, and everybody else is dutifully taking notes. And this goes on from generation to generation, right? And one reason that it goes this way is because, well, for the person who ends up at the front of the room, this worked well for him, right? When he was a student back here, it was great. He had no problem. And so he's going to teach the same way that he learned. The problem is that maybe most of the people in the room do not learn very well that way. And so what we've seen in the United States is a problem. We've got this complicated material, and students are going into college. They're excited to be a biology major, a chemistry major. By the way, STEM, stands for, what is it? Science, technology, engineering, and math, right? And so in these fields, we're finding that students go to school, maybe they're excited to be a math major or an engineering major or something, but they encounter this difficult material and maybe very difficult classes because of the way they're taught, perhaps, and they drop out. And this is kind of a crisis. So here's a little quote about that, right? That in STEM fields, the complex content, the low rates of student persistence has led educators to make a change. And this is where we come to this idea of high structure and also active learning. I'm going to be talking about active learning a bit as well as a means of helping students engage and understand. So what does this mean, high structure? Well, I gave you a hint about it when I showed you the slide earlier of the biology professor's first day of class. You remember I showed you about the calendar, and he said, everybody take out your calendar and look at all these deadlines. And did you notice that he had a lot of deadlines in there, right? But that's structure. And so it's distributing the learning and having students have being very transparent about what the students need to learn and kind of putting students on a path to learning it in a regular fashion. So here's an example, right? So low structure courses might be traditional lecturing and some high stakes assessments, maybe 2 or 3 midterms and a comprehensive final, and that's it. So if you do poorly on those midterms, too bad. If you do poorly on the final, you better go find another major because this is not the place for you. And that's what was happening, was people were going and finding another major. High structure is different. High structure has daily active learning exercises. It's not about that one person lecturing to everybody and everybody passively taking notes. There's weekly active learning exercises, daily active learning exercises, and the goal is to get constant practice for the kind of skills they will need for the exam. And so there's not even just one exam or even just 3 exams, but there are practice exams that are similar in some ways. And all of these exams are similar to the way students should be using the skills when they get out of class, when they go out in the field and things like that. So let's see here. I'm going to go to this one here. Now, if I break this down, here's another article about high structure. And again, many of us are probably not teaching content in our classes, although you may be using content to teach English. But nonetheless, there are principles here that are working very nicely in STEM fields, right? And it's not hard to imagine that they might be useful for us to think about as well. So here are some things. Quizzes about the reading, right? So if you're teaching some kind of a content class where students have to do a reading, it's kind of humane to let the students figure out for themselves if they've learned it or not. One thing that students say when they're reading content in a class like this is that it takes them 3 times as long to read content through English as it would if they were reading something in their first language. The quizzes could help them see how they're doing. Socratic lecturing, right? Very interactive, lots of questions and discussions between the instructor and the students and among the students. Active learning exercises, things where students are doing something. They're not passively taking notes. And that could be in the form of clicker questions. Clickers are things that look like kind of like a remote control, and they might have a multiple choice on them. And so the instructor can put questions on the screen and everybody can click their answers to those questions. Group exercises and weekly practice exams. So everybody, you can imagine probably that when I was studying this I was doing my research on this from a PhD, and I was so excited because I thought, wow, this biology class looks so much like an ESL class. Actually, there are a lot of things going on here that we try to do to make our classes interactive as well. But what might be new is this idea, the idea that I mentioned earlier about having the regular tests that are on the readings that are kind of lined up to the midterm or the final. And so let's focus a little bit more on that topic of tests. And that kind of brings me to the principles of cognitive psychology. And for this one, I'm going to lean on 2 different sources. One is a really nice presentation I caught in Portland. Guys, can you imagine if I hadn't gone to Portland, I'd have nothing to talk about today. So a great presentation in Portland and a book that I was inspired to grab as well. And again, this is all connected to some things that I've been learning about in other psychology classes. So it checks out as far as I know. So here we go. Here's the first one. If we want to learn something, retrieval practice is a good thing. And this comes from Jennifer Rice's presentation. She's from University of Oregon. And so the idea of retrieval is that you practice remembering something without looking at the material. And then you check later to see if you got it or not. There are many reasons why that's an important thing to do. And let's see. So I guess one fascinating thing about this idea that comes out very clearly in this Make It Stick book. By the way, Make It Stick is by Brown, Roediger, and McDaniel. But I think if anybody, I know Guadalupe is helping me with those links. So Make It Stick makes a really good case that when we study something just by reading it, we kind of trick ourselves into thinking that we know it because we're keeping it in our short-term memory. And maybe we do a great job on the test. But if we want to actually learn something for the future, then we have to test ourselves a bit. And related to that is this idea of spaced practice. So trying to learn everything in one day and until it gets easy for you that day is not going to have a long-term benefit for you. Again, it's going to stay in your short-term memory. So we need to space things out. Ideally, we need to have some sleep in between our practice so that our brain can consolidate some memories and organize things for us. Another principle that was shared is this idea of elaboration. Very often we learn things when we have to think about how can I apply this to something? What would this look like in my context? Where have I seen this before? How is this connected to something else that we're talking about? And again, checking for accuracy only after you try to remember. Now, I have another slide of some ways that this might apply to the classroom. I'm going to skip over that for now, but I will get a slideshow going during the break. So if you keep your eye open during the break, you will see this one there as well. Now, again, I was mentioning in that book, Make It Stick. Those are the authors. That's what the book looks like. My library had the book on audiobook, so it's been really nice to listen to it in the car and listen to it again and again, actually, because it's very interesting. Okay, now, because I found a lot of things that are useful here, I think, I want to share a few quotes with you so you can consider for yourselves what you think about them. One is about the benefits of retrieval, right? So in Make It Stick, they say this. And I'll give you a moment to read it to yourself. Now, as you read this, you might look at that list, right? Facts, complex concepts, problem solving. And you might say, Chris, this doesn't sound very much like learning language. And you may have a good point there. But when I saw the presentation in Portland, she made the point that, well, we do have students learning facts or something like it when they're learning vocabulary, right? So vocabulary could be a piece of this, grammar, even pronunciation as a kind of motor skill to work on. So there are certainly aspects of what we're doing that would match up with this, I think. And then effort matters. Here's another quote for you. Effortful retrieval makes for stronger learning and retention. So it's very interesting, right? We're easily seduced into believing that learning is better when it's easier, right? And as instructors, we often try to make things as easy for our students as we can, perhaps. But the research shows the opposite, that when the mind has to work, the learning sticks better. And maybe you can remember that in your own experiences sometimes, where when you've worked on something, it's stayed with you. I'll tell you one thing that is kind of horrifying for me is that I can think back to a ton of books that I've read in the past that I probably remember nothing about. And I can imagine why that's the case. So these are some things to consider. And one more slide of some quotes, 2 more quotes. And this is where we really get back to the idea of routines in our classrooms, right? Simply including one test in a class yields a large improvement in final exam scores, and gains continue to increase as the frequency of classroom testing increases. Now, testing has gotten a bad name, right? For good reason, right? There are many ways to do testing in a way that's sort of not humane, right? So we need to think about how can we do this in a way that is extremely humane. And so I'm talking about tests that have no stakes at all. It's just a practice quiz at some point in class to say, okay, guys, how you doing? Do you remember this? Do you understand that? Let's find out. And if you don't, well, let's talk about it, right? So something maybe it doesn't even count for the grade at all. So here's another, the last quote from Make It Stick. Students who take practice tests have a better grasp of their progress than those who simply reread the material, right? That's what's happening when we quiz ourselves. We're finding out what do we need to work on, and we try to repair that. Also, of course, this is great for the instructor to see where we're having problems and try to correct them. So let me just pause here for a second and invite, does anybody have any questions about the section? You can throw it in the chat, or if you've got a quick question, you could turn on, you could raise your hand. But I'm gonna pivot in just a second to how this might apply to a classroom. So let's see, and moderators, feel free to interrupt me if there's something that I need to hear about that's going on in the chat, please. Moderators, that's a standing rule. You can always interrupt me. Thank you very much. Moderators, do you need to interrupt me now?
Gray has a comment. He says, this is the conundrum I have in my class with students who always use their phones to scan the text for easy translation to their first language.
Great point. Great point. Absolutely. Yes. So that is a big question that we need to have with our students right now, right? Is that we've got the technology now in all different forms where we can make it super, super easy to learn. So easy that we will not learn a thing, right? And so that's the conversation that we need to be having. Great. Thank you so much. That's very cool. Gray, would you like to turn on your microphone and add anything to that? You don't have
to.
Okay.
Yeah, as of right now, it's just been really hard. And I always tell my students that if this is how you are going to be learning, it's going to be a very slow process because nothing is sticking. Whatever you are reading it in your first language, and it's not in English. So I try to relate it as if they are doing like a workout. If they are using a translator, it's something easy, then it's like you're lifting small weights. Whereas if you are really putting in the time and effort, kind of like what you were sharing, and like I said, we are reading Make It Stick in my professional development class. I highly recommend it to anyone to see how your brain works. And throughout the whole book, they mentioned that you have to have the students really use their brain to work out their brain in order to understand a concept or to learn a vocabulary word. And so it's been a challenge, but every time I see the students use a translator, I always kind of pound that idea in the head that you have to be working out, you have to be lifting heavy weights in order to improve your brain, in order to exercise your brain. So yeah, it's just been very hard in that sense.
All right.
But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Beautiful. Thank you, Gray. Thank you so much. That's great to hear another perspective on that. And I'm glad to hear you're talking about that in a professional development group. I'm kind of jealous, actually. I would love to be in a group like that talking about this book. Okay, so I'm going to share a quick little story with you all.
Chris,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you. I saw
Not at
a
all.
question in the chat box.
Great.
Okay, so this person is asking, how do you deal with negative student effect when given more tests and quizzes? They are used to fewer assignments. They will be
Right.
complaining for too
Yeah,
many.
absolutely. Thank you, June. That's a great question. And so let me give an example of one way that we might deal with that. That's a great point. So I think that the quick answer is it's got to be low stakes or no stakes, kind of like a game, right? You could, for example, you could tell students at the beginning of class, I'm going to give you a quiz at the end, and here are the questions. I'll tell you right now, and students can look at the questions and they can kind of have that as something to look forward to. Look forward to, perhaps not, but something that they're thinking about what's coming next, right? But yeah, no points involved. It can be kind of like a game. We can do things like a collaborative quiz where students answer the questions with partners, and it can be competitive if you like. There are there are things like Kahoot, right? Even Kahoot is kind of like a quiz, but very, very game-like. So anything like that would be some of the ways. And I invite everybody. I'm just scratching the surface, so please, if you have other ideas for in answer to that question, don't hesitate to throw them in the chat. And I'd like to share that something happens to me sometimes when I get these really great ideas, like the ones I'm finding in Make It Stick, is again, I don't want to sound like I get depressed all the time, but I am saddened a little bit because I'll be driving to work and I'll be thinking about these great ideas, and I'll be thinking about the class I'm going to teach real soon, and I'll be thinking, this is what happened to me like a week or two ago. I was thinking about it and I was thinking, obviously a good teacher now, armed with this knowledge, is going to be giving quizzes a lot, but making them fun and being very mindful about, like, we're going to pull questions from maybe a couple months ago, because if I'm not asking students to retrieve things, then they might lose it, right? The textbook is set up to focus on one topic at a time, but according to the book, we need to be not focusing on just one topic at a time. We need to be mixing things, having spaced retrieval. Okay, so the bottom line is I should be coming up with some kind of a good quiz if I want to apply these principles. But the reality is it takes me forever to write a quiz, even the regular quiz that I have to for assessment. So how am I going to do this where I'm coming up with regular quizzes to help them learn? I just don't, I kind of know me, and I think I'm not going to have the time. And then it hit me that we are living in the future, everybody. And I don't want this to sound like a commercial, but ChatGPT was fascinating for me in this regard. So I'll just show you. And by the way, is anybody using ChatGPT right now to help you with your teaching? You can just give it like a thumbs up or raise your hand. I'm curious, how many of you are using ChatGPT right now in a way to help you with your teaching? I see June with a thumbs up. Is it just June? Interesting. I'm sure there's more. There's Mimi. It takes a minute to find the reactions, right? Why don't I take a minute to have a sip of water? Okay, yeah, I'm seeing a bunch more reactions there. So this is another conversation that we could have a fascinating chat about. I'll just share with you what worked out for me this past week, and I'm looking forward to doing a fair bit more of this. I went to the classroom. I pulled up ChatGPT on the classroom computer, and I posed this question, as you can see. And this is a screen capture, right? I said, my class needs to practice verb tenses. Let's make a quiz with fill-in-the-blank questions where the answer is a verb, right? So I'm teaching kind of a low level of English. They're having trouble distinguishing between when do I use be in a question and when do I use do in a question. And so I said, can you make me a quiz? And almost as fast as I could snap my fingers, it came up with a quiz. And it just shot this one out. And I looked at it and it had an answer key and everything. And I thought, okay, I'm pretty excited so far, because this is not me having to do this. Somebody else can do this work. I can have like an assistant. Maybe this will work for me. But I looked more closely and I saw that, I asked for verbs be and do. It only had like one that had the verb be, I think. All of them were do, actually. So, it's just like working with an assistant, though. I just had to kind of go back and say, all right, that was good. Let's make some more like that, but make all the sentence questions that use do or be. So I tried again, and it went through again. Let's see. So again, I got this stuff here, and I tried one more time. Here it is. I only saw one question that used be. So let's make one more. And it did it again, and this time it got it right. It gave me what I was looking for. And so now I've got these questions written, and of course I don't stop being the expert, right? I still have to look at it and see, does this question make sense? Is it appropriate for my students? But it is so nice to just have a bunch of text right there that is kind of ready for me to copy and paste. And that's exactly what I did. I copied and pasted it into a Google slide, which I had on the projector, and I put this all together, and we did this as our warm-up. And so these were review questions that are from a unit or two ago, but I know that students need to keep coming back to this. And so I gave them a little time to write the answers in their books, and then I gave them time to talk to their neighbors about it, and then we discussed it together. And so this became a little bit longer. Of course, there are other ways to do this. I really appreciate the question about, maybe students having a negative response to quizzes. Maybe I'm overdoing it with 20 questions here. This is my first time. I was pretty excited about it. But maybe in the future, I'll only have 3 questions and we'll do it much more quickly. But yeah, I was pretty excited to think that this is something that I can, it's going to help me do probably what my students need, which is give them this kind of practice where they're asked to retrieve something. It's a few of the students asked me, what page is this in the book? And I said, no, it's not in the book, but take a look and see what you can figure out here. All right, now I see some things have appeared in the chat, so I'm going to turn to moderators. Moderators, is there anything that we should inject here from the chat?
So Netta says she uses her students' audio video vocab logs to post to create quizzes. It says it allows a boost student self-confidence and feeling of responsibility as they are invited to collaborate in class materials.
Nice. Wow, yeah, that's great. And you could do that with ChatGPT if you want to. You could plug that in. You could say, I have this text here, make some multiple choice questions for me. I've done that with vocabulary. Also, I've had it make vocabulary quizzes for me, make dialogues that have blanks, lots of different things. Great. Thank you, Guadalupe. Okay, so what else? So I want to, of course, this is not the only way to do things, right? There are many different ways. And I think I mentioned previously the idea of Kahoot, but here's one, Quizlets, right? Quizlet is a great way to practice vocabulary. By the way, you're making flashcards with Quizlet. It's free, but you do have to warn your students to not give up their credit card information. Quizlet is hungry for your credit card information. And then I guess you can, click on the wrong thing and you start a subscription. So just make sure your students know that they should not give away their credit card information. But Quizlet makes flashcards, and you can use it in a way that matches cognitive psychology of practicing vocabulary. You can have it set up games, like a matching game like this one. And I'm finding that for the books that I'm using, teachers have already made study sets related to the vocabulary, so I don't even have to do the work. But if you do make a study set, it's very, very intuitive. So it's not really appropriate for me to go into great depth here, but if anybody wants to talk to me later about any of these topics, I'm very happy to go into further detail. Here's another one. Many of us in California are using Canvas. And so for Canvas, we've got quizzes on Canvas. And a nice feature of Canvas is that students can take the quiz and they can get feedback on all of their responses. So if they get the correct answer, they get something that says, endorses that. If they get the wrong answer, then maybe they get a hint that helps them study it. And a very simple example for us might be, go back and look at page 36 if you chose this answer and see if you can figure out why it was wrong. All right. So other kinds of informal quizzes. Of course, I mentioned the clickers earlier. Mentimeter is a nice website that we might try in the final hour, in Kahoot, right? So I'll come back to Mentimeter later, I hope, but this one right here is the clicker I mentioned earlier, right? It looks like a remote control. Students can do multiple choice. But in my classes, I don't use any of these things. I tend to go very low tech. So I know some teachers like to have students just get a piece of paper that has different colored numbers on it, and you can do multiple choice questions with the students, and they hold up the corresponding card, and you can look around the room and see how everybody's doing on a question. So again, this is a kind of a test, right? But it's not. It's also kind of like a game, where we're seeing if you can get the right answer by holding up the card. Thumbs up, thumbs down is a very simple way to get feedback on things and to see if students find something true or false. It also helps you see if students are participating, right? If they're with you. But you may need to ask students to hold their thumb in front of their chest so that they have a harder time looking around to see what their peers are doing. Students can vote with their fingers as well to do multiple choice. Now from here, I want to pivot back to the high structure that I mentioned earlier and the active learning for a technique that I picked up there that I've been using in my classes a fair bit, as well as a kind of a routine thing that happens when I throw a question out there and I see that the students are perhaps not getting the answer. So here's an example, right? Maybe I ask my students, which of the following is correct? And I've got 4 sentences here. Only one of them has good subject-verb agreements. And so I ask students to look at it for a minute, and then I ask them to vote. I could use Mentimeter and they could use their phones to choose their vote there, or they could raise their fingers, whatever it is. They could choose a corner of the room, right? We could have some motion. Stand in that corner if you vote for number one, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what happens next is I get some feedback of how the students are doing. And maybe I see that the students have a lot of different answers, right? And so if that's the case, what should I do next? So when I've asked this question in other workshops, I've heard ideas like we should, maybe I should re-explain things, right? Or maybe I should ask students to re-explain things to me. And those are great ideas, but that is not what I saw in the biology class. And apparently it's not what is typical in this active learning that I was talking about. What is typical for them is they pose the question again. So it's called peer instruction. And they say, okay, talk to your neighbors and tell your neighbors what answer you gave. And they've done research on this, and they found that it doesn't matter what kind of pairing they have. Like it could be students who both got the wrong answer. Maybe one got it wrong, one got it right, or it could be two who got it right. For everybody, this having like 1 minute to talk about the question with a neighbor tends to have a positive effect. And I witnessed it. I witnessed it every day in this biology class because he did it as part of his routine 3 or 4 times every class. He would have a lot of clicker questions because remember that idea of breaking a lecture up so that like every 10 or 15 minutes, we're doing something different, right? So he would have a lot of clicker questions. And if he saw the different kinds of responses coming out, like I just mentioned over here, right? If he saw that kind of thing, then he would have them talk to their neighbors. And then, can you guess what he did next? Anybody can turn on their microphone if you think you know what happens next. So they talk to their neighbors, and then what? No? Am I talking too fast? I may be talking too fast. Okay, so the students were talking to the students were getting it wrong. And then the instructor said, talk to your neighbors about your question. And then after literally 1 minute, I timed how he was doing this. Literally 1 minute, he had them click in the question again. So he gave them the same question. They used their clickers again. And he could see on his computer how they were doing. And he would typically see something like this. And the reason I know that that's what he saw is because every time he did this kind of routine, right, of posing a question, students kind of got it wrong. They talked to their neighbors, then they answer the question again. What he did was he said, okay, guys, here's what you said the first time. I see a lot of you liked B, but there were a lot of you who chose other answers as well. Then you talk to your neighbors. And after that, well, you can see that B became a much more popular answer. And the correct answer was, and he would have a dramatic pause. And every time, people went more to the correct answer in the second time. So to me, that's fascinating for a number of reasons. One of which being it relates to what we do in ESL, right? We know that students need interaction to learn, right? And so this is another moment where we can be encouraged to build that interaction into our classes when we're trying to get a concept across and we can see they're having trouble. Maybe give them a moment to talk to each other before you go forward with it. All right. So what was fascinating to me in my research there was that the students, I was looking at students who were speaking English as a second language, and I asked them what helped them develop their language. And they said those moments to talk to their neighbors. A third of the people I responded to, I talked to, said that was the best thing that helped them with their English as well as learning biology. All right, friends. Now, I'd like to take a few minutes now. I'd like to send everybody to breakout rooms for about 5 minutes. And Savvy, I would like everybody to be able to choose their room. And so because this is such a big topic, right? So what we've got here is we're going to have 6 different breakout rooms. And I'd like you to choose which room seems most interesting to you. Would you like to talk to colleagues about pair work and routines for giving instructions, for getting students to stop talking to their neighbor and pay attention to you? Would you like to talk about routines for giving feedback on homework, routines for the end of a class, routines that you use in an online only class, maybe asynchronous where there's not even Zoom, or maybe Zoom classes, routines for facilitating discussions that get everybody to participate somehow? Or if you're kind of not into those topics, another one would be common habits that teachers should avoid. What are some things that maybe are routine for teachers, but we really got to stop doing that? So Savvy, can we open breakout rooms for everybody in just a moment? Everybody, if you want, and let's see, moderators, we might need to put this in the chat, right? Of what the choices are and what they mean. I'm gonna escape out of here and throw this in the chat myself, I guess, because that's going to be easiest if I can. Let's see. There we go. Okay, everybody. So we've got 6 choices. Please think about which choice you might like. Here they are in the chat. It's going to be a little bit funky the way that came through, but that's okay. All right. So can anybody help me out? Can anybody tell me what's going to happen next?
And my question is the following: what if 62 students of 57 choose the same room?
Yeah, good question. So if 57 students choose the same room, we will adapt. We will create some extra rooms and we'll start moving people into the other rooms. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Thank you, Tatiana. Yeah. So please be patient. If that happens,
Yeah.
if you feel some
I
shuffling going on.
I will. I promise I will.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was a great point. All right,
Welcome.
and Savvy, are we ready to go, do you think? Let's see.
I'm sorry, I recreated the room so that we would have extra in case there was overflow, and
how awesome.
The names.
And we lost the names?
I lost the names. I'll add them back in as
Okay.
we're in there, but maybe just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, everyone.
Okay, so got that, everybody? So the rooms have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So
Yeah.
And just out of curiosity, those of you who have your cameras turned on, let's do a quick poll. Which room are you interested in? Can you show me with your fingers and we'll get a sense? I'm seeing 4, 5, 5, 2, 3. Great. So I'm seeing a variety. So we might not have the problem that Tatiana mentioned. We'll see. All right. So Savvy, can I leave it to you to open the rooms when they're ready?
You're muted, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you. Savvy, I think we need to turn off the setting that pushes people to the rooms.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm guessing that's what happened there.
Apologies, people. A little rusty.
Yeah, my breakout room was closed.
Surprise! Yeah, we're back. So we had something wrong in the settings. This is my first time trying this. And so, Savvy, what do you think? Is it now not saying that I'm being invited to a room?
It will invite people, but they should be able to choose a different room.
Okay, got that, everybody? So we're being invited, but you can choose whatever room you wanted, the 1 through 6. All right, and moderators and colleagues, and maybe if we can go into the rooms and see if they're working out okay.
Does anyone need help going into a room? I could put you in the room if you need help.
Savvy, I'll join the last one if there's, if you'd like.
How do I join group number 6? Do you know? Maybe Savvy can help me.
Yeah, I want to be on 6 too, John.
Let's see here.
And I'm not sure how to.
Maybe we'll text Savvy. Oh, okay. Savvy heard me.
All the time. I can't understand. We're in room 6, am I right? What we'll discuss right now?
I think I'm in the main room. I'm trying to get to 6.
Well, that is why I also can't understand where I am. Thank you, Karen. Because there is changing all the times and I can't understand what is it. But I have switched on microphone. Sorry, Judy, please unmute your microphone. Judy, unmute your microphone. We can't hear
Thank you. You're right. You're right. I didn't see that. Irina, what room would you like to go to? I can put you in there.
I have no idea what room what question you have chosen, Judy.
So you have the options. Let me look in the chat box. I'm going to remember them off the top of my head. So let me see here.
I would like to go to number 4 or 6.
4 or 6. Number
Yeah,
4 has 5 people. How about number 4? Okay.
Okay, I will join.
Because number 6 has like 10 people in it.
Thanks.
So
Thank you.
let me find you really quick here. Okay, let me find you and I will put you in there. So Irina, I'm moving you to room 4.
Okay. I see.
Great.
Join.
Great. Okay. Kyungjae, Valentina, Elizabetta, Alexandra, Alina, Boran, Olga, let me know if I can help you join a breakout room as well.
I wanted to go to room 2.
Sure, give me a second. Let me just find you and I'll put you in there. And I'm sorry, Alexandra, right?
Yes.
Okay, Alexandra, give me a second. Alexandra, okay, room 2. Room 2. Room 2 is giving feedback, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna move you to room 2. Do you see join?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Olga, would you like me to help you join 1 too?
Yes, please. I was assigned to roommate, but again, something happened with me. It's the second time, so I don't really know what's the problem.
No, you know what? It happens to me too. You know, I lose connection too, so don't worry about that. Olga, what room would you like to go to?
About question 6.
Okay.
So any room would go.
Okay, so the breakout rooms are closing. So
And we're still recording.
and
Everything going okay?
Yes, we are. Yes,
Yeah.
we are. So Olga, the room will close in 5 seconds. So in the next one, for sure, I'll help you.
Okay, I hope it. So one time it worked, 2 times no. So there should be some pattern, but really I can't find it out.
Well, you're in now.
Back.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. So that was a little tricky with the choosing breakout rooms. I don't think that's working out for us so well, but I visited a bunch of different rooms and it sounded like everybody was launching into a topic. And so I think, thank you so much, everybody, for making it work despite the challenges here. And so ordinarily when people are coming back from a breakout room, part of my routine, I like to have something as a reflection question. And this reflection matches up with the cognitive psychology principles we were talking about earlier as well, kind of taking a moment to think back on things, maybe elaborate on them in your head about how you might apply them to what you're doing. And just the idea that there's retrieval involved, right, as you reflect on these memories. So there are a few different nice things happening when you do that. So if you can think of anything to share in the chat from your breakout room discussion, we would love to see that. Another thing that would be good at the end of any session, since I was talking about how important it is to have a routine of kind of having quiz questions and things like that, I've got a little quiz for you. I'm not going to keep you here and make you do it before we take a break, But if anybody wants to take a picture of this, you're welcome to take a picture of it right now to sort of give yourself a challenge here and practice this cognitive psychology principle of quizzing yourself to see what do you remember and maybe elaborating on it for yourself and sort of getting something more useful out of it, making more certain that what we do today will hopefully be useful for you in the future. So again, we're going to do the opportunity drawing in a minute. And while that's happening, I will be updating my slideshow. And so during the remainder of the break, I can put this slide as one of the ones that will happen scrolling through the slideshow during the break. All right. And so another thing that we can think about is the collaborative quiz, right? I mentioned that earlier. This is a slide that I'll add to the slideshow if you want to look at this idea more closely. And so just a preview of what's coming next. Next, we're going to talk about the end of classes. Like I said, this is something we never really talk about, even though we all do it. And so in my experience, when I have had the chance to talk to colleagues about this, interesting things come out. So we'll talk about mistakes that most teachers seem to make at the end of the term. We'll talk about this principle of the peak end rule. And that one comes from another book. So I'm going to share with you a couple other books that I'm excited about. And then what other psychological principles can help us end our classes in a way that consolidates learning, inspires further accomplishments. All right, thanks everybody. Thank you for your patience in the breakout rooms and your sharing with one another. I really appreciate that. I'm looking forward to more. I'm going to be quiet and hand it over to Famia and Victoria.
Think.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry about that. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you, Chris, for a wonderful second session. And also thank you to everybody for all of your excellent ideas and conversation that was going on in the chat. I really enjoyed that, and we're learning so much from each other. So now it's time for our second and last and final opportunity drawing. So Victoria, go ahead.
All right. Here we go. It's time for our opportunity drawing, and we have 4 more gift cards to give away. All of the gift cards are donated by CATESOL Orange County chapter. And the winner is, I have the list here. We're going to name pickerninja.com again. And here we go. And the next winner of the $25 Amazon gift card is O'Hare Michelle. Congratulations. And I have, and thank you for coming to our workshop. And the next winner, gift card number 2. The winner is, okay, Ryoto Sama. Congratulations. And we will be emailing you all the gift cards today. And the Amazon gift card number 3 goes to, ta-da, and Anika Guba. Anika Guba, congratulations, and I hope you enjoy it. And the last one goes to, ta-da, okay, Manije Dini. And thank you very much for your participation. And all of the gift cards will be, I will be emailing all the gift cards to using the email addresses that you have, you used during for registration for this CATESOL workshop. Thank you very much. And congratulations to all the winners. And that concludes our opportunity drawing session. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Christopher, what about the answer to that picture?
Yeah,
so
exactly. Thank you. I was just about to say, I'm going to share the answer in the slideshow. I'm putting up the slideshow now. And so if you want to, you can look at the slideshow during the break. But Famia, we start again. Famia, do you want to tell us about the schedule?
Yes, we just start again in 10 minutes. So please come back in 10 minutes, 11:45-ish. Give or take a couple minutes there. But yes, 10 minutes for a stretch and a break.
Okay, great. And so it's on a loop. It's going to be about 15 seconds each slide, I think. So grab a picture if you want to read something more slowly, but I just want to make sure there's a bunch of slides that are going to cycle through that we don't have time to talk about today, but which may be interesting. Have a nice break, everybody. That seems too fast. I switched it to 30 seconds.
Hey, everyone. Before we get started with part 3, I would like to let everybody know that we are going to be having a special meet and greet today to join Chris and some of our CATESOL OC chapter volunteers for some appetizers, drinks, and conversation in downtown Fullerton. So we will be meeting on the patio of Les Amis restaurant. And here's the information of the address. We're going to be meeting today from 3 to 5, and that's you can come at any time in that window. But we hope to see you there. And this is just a very informal gathering to catch up with each other, to meet in person, and to hang out with Chris, with our presenter. If you have any questions, here's the phone number that you can call or text. All right, so I'm going to hand it over to you, Chris, for our last part of the workshop today.
All right, thank you. And sorry, Famia, refresh my memory. Did an announcement go out yesterday, maybe, about this meet and greet that people can find the information in their emails, maybe?
I'm not sure if the announcement came out in the emails. We can send it actually today after the workshop concludes. We can email everyone. I know that it was in our social media, but I can email it out to everybody today after the workshop, immediately following the workshop. We'll send it out.
Okay. Great. So, all right. Thank you, Famia. Thanks, everybody. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of cameras turned on, so I'm not sure how many people are back from the break, but I'm going to adjust my screen here a little bit too. Now, I promised earlier that I was going to give a moment for someone from Ukraine TESOL to speak to us. And I lost track of that at the end of my first hour. But here we are at the end of the second hour. We still have a minute. So I think there are a few people who are kind of in charge of Ukraine TESOL. Is there anybody who would be able to speak for a minute, maybe? I think there was Irina was the one that I met in Portland, or at least I saw your great presentation. But I don't know if you're back at the moment. Ah, yes, there you are. Irina, would you be able to say a couple words about Ukraine TESOL?
I can say about Ukraine TESOL, unfortunately, I'm not a president and vice president, but I'm an active member of CATESOL Ukraine, and I'm also a coordinator of CATESOL Ukraine in my university. We have signed some kind of memorandum of understanding and with CATESOL Ukraine in order to organize and participate in different events like this, also organize and invite the CATESOLers of Ukraine. And now, as a result of my participation in CATESOL 2023 in Portland, also cooperate and to have partners in different parts of the USA. We also have many proposals. This convention was very fruitful. And thanks for coming to our presentation and supporting us, because to show all our challenges within a short time, it was very difficult, but we tried our best. And also it was rather challenging to work in a team, because I'm in Dnipro, which is in the central eastern of Ukraine, and Sergei Petrenko and Oksana Chugay, they were from Kyiv. That is why it was very interesting to do this survey, to find out what is happening all over Ukraine. And we are very grateful to all the CATESOLers of Ukraine who supported us in our survey, because more than 100 teachers took part in it, and they engaged their students to help us to identify challenges and the ways out, which we shared with you. For me, for example, you know, with my experience of teaching more than 30 years, CATESOL, I wrote in Facebook, it's a new round in my professional development. Really, I'm highly impressed what CATESOLers all over the world are doing. And it was how supporting, how sharing the experiences and ideas and innovations so openly. Because teachers were working isolated, especially now being for more than 3 years only in front of the computers and communicating, imagine, with the students who are Ukrainians and live in non-English speaking environments. And it is also, how to say, for me, it is double, not trouble, but double action, because CATESOL allows us to develop professionally, personally, opening our horizons and understanding of different cultures. And at the same moment, it is a good way to polish our English, because not to speak so-called local English, but international, you know, to use the terms, to use everything, because we're doing the same things, but sometimes we can name them not like you are doing, Chris, so easily. It is no, really, it is stimulating, motivating, and of course, inspiring. Thanks to all the CATESOLers, not only of Ukraine, they're here, maybe some will join and say from their perspective, but for me, it is really, when it was the time where I came a new round, it seems that, you know, it is so consciousness competence. It seems I know everything, you know, I was in different international projects, but CATESOL opened new horizons. And again, this new initiative, again, you propose very interesting perspective, what we are doing in our classrooms, but it is, how to say, highly organized. You start thinking, reflecting. And right now, during the break, I was thinking about warming up activities and have come to some that I didn't mention because it was so quickly and dynamic. That is why, thank you ever so much for everyone who is present today, for everything you are doing. Really, it's worth doing so, because especially in Ukraine, we know that English will be demanded after our victory. And I always say to our students, you will be demanded. Your English will be demanded.
Beautiful.
If you want to be involved in the restoration and reconstruction in Ukraine, please learn English. That is, thank you. And thank you very much. From Dnipro in Ukraine, in some hours we will have so-called the time when the light should be switched off and we should keep silence. but we have time and we will listen to your presentation. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you so much. That was really beautiful, and really appreciate your participation. It's amazing. You know, I think I probably speak for a number of us that it's hard for us to watch what's happening in your country. It's been very, very hard, and so we feel for you. And like I said, you're heroes to us. You're going forward. You're supporting your students. You're being role models for them, and you're giving them a future. And it's to me, it's just an amazing. Really, really nice opportunity to work with you in any way and learn from your experience. And if there's anything we can do to help, it's fantastic. It's what we're all excited about, I think. So I think I spoke to the board, and we would be excited to do further events with teachers in Ukraine in the future, of maybe, you know, just get together and talk about one of these great books, or if you have an event that you'd like to invite us to. But this is something that's very, very exciting to me, and I know I'm not alone. So thank you so much. Let's maybe return to that conversation a little bit later, and I'll extend the invitation to others from Ukraine. If you'd like to speak at the end, especially if there's anybody from the Ukraine TESOL board or anything like that wants to make any other suggestions for next steps, I will extend that opportunity again at the end for anybody to say a few words if you want. Well, thank you so much. Okay, and Irina, you said you're if I understand correctly, you might have to kind of turn off the power soon. Is that right? So you all might kind of disappear, or at least have to be quiet. Is that right?
No, I won't disappear because unfortunately I don't know how to say it in English, but we need to have the light switched off since midnight till 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
But we will finish. We will have an hour to prepare for good night.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you so much for spending your time with us. It's really, really nice to have you here. All right. And so with that, I will go ahead, and we've got this part 3, right? Ending class as well. So just a quick recap here. We started at the beginning, of course, right? And we're going further down the path. We looked at the day-to-day routines, and now we're finally reaching the end of a class in this conception of what a class might look like. And so we've got the end is near, and then we're going to get to the end. Here we go. So we've got a question for all of you, and the question is, why does the end of a class matter? And this time, I want to try Mentimeter. And so I've got a QR code for you if that works for you. If you don't want to mess around with Mentimeter, that's fine. You can put your answer in the chat. So this is entirely up to you. You have a choice between trying Mentimeter and typing an answer there, or just typing an answer in the chat. But I would like to see what are your thoughts here of why does the end of a class matter? And anybody, if you're encountering difficulty with Mentimeter, please let me know if there's something I need to change. I don't use this routinely in my classes. I only use it for workshops, and it's been a little while. So if you don't want to use a QR code, you can go to menti.com and you can type in the code. And while you're doing that, I'll just mention that Mentimeter.com is free. You can buy a subscription, and then you would be able to do more things with it. But for free, you can get, I think, maybe 2 slides, maybe more. And it can be open-ended questions. It can be multiple choice. There are word cloud, right? Like everybody types in a one-word answer, and then it creates a word picture out of that. So there are some interesting ways to do something similar to what the biology professor was doing to make the class interactive. So I'm going to go to mymentimeter.com if I can. Let's see here. Oh, I've got 3 answers already. And I'll start showing the answers. Keep on typing, but we can see what's happening in these responses. Why does the end matter? We've got closure. Yeah, okay. Nice, thank you.
Chris, can I ask a question while you're waiting here?
Please, yeah.
You mentioned that you don't use Mentimeter in your classes, but is there another platform like this that you prefer to use with your students?
Well, Great question. I'm teaching mostly face-to-face, and so I'm not leaning on students using their phones so much, and so I tend to have students vote with their fingers or thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah, or maybe a collaborative quiz. So I'm using some other things typically in the face-to-face classroom. Also, sorry, but my internet's not so great in my classroom sometimes. So that's another challenge. How about you, Femi? Is there anything that you use besides this?
No, but I really like this idea for even an in-person class. If you want students to share a bunch of information at once, I think it's really great.
And yeah, you know, I'm just remembering I did use it with my class last week, and it worked very nicely. I had them tell me about how they're using ChatGPT to support their writing. I wanted to find out what are you guys doing, and I was very careful to not sort of make it seem like they were going to get in trouble. This is the world we live in right now. People are using it, so tell me what you're doing so I can help you, right, and understand what's going on. So I got some very interesting things there. Thank you, Femia.
Great. It looks like there's some ideas in the chat as well.
Yeah, great. Okay, so I guess if you're still writing your answer, go ahead and keep going, but I'll start commenting on some things here, or everybody can look at what's on my screen. So we get some things like the end matters because what you say or hear last is remembered best. And so you can have students say something about what you've done and assess the work of your students. I like that. I like that a lot. We can leave a good impression, a positive feeling. We can allow students to see what they've learned and the value they got out of the class, cognitively, emotionally. Yeah, a lot of great thoughts here. I see Savvy is talking about 360 whiteboards. Wow, I wonder what that is. I see Miriam in the chat says, wait, I think that's an earlier one. Okay. Oh, the walls are whiteboards. That's amazing. Oh, I see what you're saying, Savvy. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for these responses. I'm going to come back to my PowerPoint here and build from what you're sharing here. So a lot of the things that I'm seeing there are thematically related to where I'm going with this, which is good to know. So the topics that I want to focus on are the peak end rule, which just got hinted at in one of your responses, or maybe a couple of them. Ways to revisit the syllabus and why. Student surveys, let's come back to that topic again and see how it's a real opportunity and how to make the most of this opportunity to have some effective student surveys. We'll talk about final assessments, of course, and the view from the mountaintop. This is a lovely metaphor for what we can think of as what we're doing at the end of a class. And also the one other point is what comes next is a very big question. So let's dive into that first one, the peak end rule. The question here is, of course, what is it and why does it matter? And for this, I'm going to lean on a blog that I found. I think it was Psychology Today, if I remember correctly. Did a very nice job of explaining this. But I will tell you that I've also done some reading in this book here, Thinking Fast and Slow, Daniel Kahneman. Very interesting book about similarly enlightening to some of the other books that I mentioned, like Make It Stick. A little bit denser, I have to say, but great. And that book talks about the peak end rule quite a bit also. So here it is. Peak end rule says we don't remember experiences accurately. That's really the bottom line. We don't remember accurately. We tend to recall the highlights and how things end. Here's an example that they gave on the blog that I liked. You might, if you have the opportunity to take your kids to a park or something like that. If you're in Southern California, we have Disneyland, and you might go to the park. And if you go to Disneyland, if you wait 30 minutes to get on a ride, you're probably pretty lucky. It depends on the ride, I suppose, but it could be quite a bit longer. And then the ride might be very, very short. But for some reason, people keep going back and getting on that ride again, even if the experience of the line is kind of miserable, of standing in the heat and other things. And so what's going on here is, yeah, we tend to remember the highlights and what happened at the end. And there's another example of this. Here's another study, right? So it, also mentioned on that blog, researchers found that the order which people opened presents affected their memories of the occasion. People who opened the lousiest, worst gifts first and worked their way up to something they loved were much happier with the overall experience than those who did the reverse. So here we're talking about, same gifts, right? But the order in which you open it changes your overall impression of the experience. And so are you thinking about this, everybody? Are you thinking, so how does that apply to the classroom? How does that apply to what I do at the end of the semester? I mean, has anybody heard the idea of like save the best for last, maybe? or just thinking about ending on a high note. Daniel Kahneman talks about how we have a preference in thinking fast and slow, how we have a preference for things that have, or maybe it was Daniel Pink, I'm getting my books mixed up. Anyway, that we have a preference for happy endings, of course, that's not a surprise, but in our personal experiences as well. Now, here's another one from the same blog. Researchers found that by ending an exercise at lower intensity, people were more likely to feel positive about the experience, and they were more likely to look forward to future sessions. Right? So again, we can think about how do we structure day-to-day classes and the end of the course so that we are leaving them with a peak experience and certainly a good end experience so that they feel like they want to come back to your class. Now, here's that book I just mentioned, Thinking Fast and Slow. And this book has 5 or 6 pages dedicated to peak end rule. Fascinating stuff. Some of it's a little disturbing. Some thought experiments about like, well, I won't share the disturbing stuff with you, but if you're interested in something a little bit out of the ordinary, you might go to the index and look for the experiments they did. I'll tell you one of the less disturbing ones involved inviting volunteers to put their arms in a bucket of ice and put it in there for 30 seconds versus put it in there for 60 seconds. Different arms, different experiences. If you put your arm in a bucket of ice for 30 seconds, it's painful. People could take their arms out, but they typically didn't. They enjoyed the experiment as long as they were asked to. And then they took a break, came back later. They did the other arm in a bucket of ice for longer, twice as long, 60 seconds. But when they finished when they got to after the first 30 seconds, which was identical, after that, the researchers added a little bit of warm water, and it was kind of just inserted in a way that the test taker didn't know it, but the water increased in temperature by like maybe 1 or 2 degrees, not much at all. So same amount of torture. And then they were told they were going to do one more. After a break, the people were told, you're going to do one more. Do you want to do the one you did with your right arm or the one you did with your left arm? And they didn't mention 30 seconds, 60 seconds, temperatures, just which one do you want to do again? And they chose the one that was longer. Even though that was more torture, it ended better. And so that's the one they chose. So I don't know, fascinating stuff to me. And if we think about, hopefully our classes are not torture, but how can we end our class in a way that's going to make them feel really good about the experience, right? And so here's what Daniel Kahneman says in Thinking Fast and Slow. He says, one way to think about it is we've got 2 selves. We've got one self that is the experiencing self, the one that's right here with me, right in this moment, not the one in the recording. That if anybody's looking at the recording, I have people watching the recording. How are you? Now, for anybody who's in the moment with me right now, that's the experiencing self, right? Well, we've got another self, and that's the remembering self. And that's the one who looks back on things and says, how was it on the whole? And I guess when we're retrieving these experiences, we're kind of encoding them, and we encode them as a good experience or a bad experience based on the highest point for us and the ending. And so what's fascinating here is the way I like the way he said this. He says, memories are all we get to keep from our experience of living. And the only perspective that we can adopt as we think about our lives is that of the remembering self. And so in simple terms, maybe it doesn't actually matter if we had a great experience in our class through the whole semester if we have a terrible end, because maybe everybody's impression is going to be that that was a terrible class. That's one dramatic example. Here's another kind of dramatic example, perhaps. This example of somebody who listened to beautiful, beautiful music, right? A music lover was listening rapidly to a long symphony on a disc, but it was scratched near the end and it gave a really shocking sound. This was maybe 30 or 40 minutes of music, but at the end it had the shocking scratching sound. And that person reported that the bad ending ruined the whole experience. As an aside, I wonder if we talk about the idea of cancel culture, or this idea of, some people have transgressed and we don't like them anymore. And I wonder if that's a piece of how we look at our childhoods and things like that. When we look at people who are out of fashion right now and how this kind of ruins our experience of them, I wonder if that's a piece of this as well. But in this example in the book, they say, of course, the experience was not actually ruined, right? That you can't get in a time machine and change the experience. Only the memory was changed. So the experiencing self had a experience that was almost entirely good, and the bad end can't undo that because it already happened. But music lover gave it a failing grade because it ended badly, even though maybe it was 40 minutes of musical bliss. All right, so kind of a disturbing way to think about it, really. For me, it comes down to this question: that the author poses of, does the actual experience count for nothing? Or, what does this mean? And we can think of other examples. We can think of people talking about their marriage, right? And if they got divorced, then it ended very, very poorly. But does that mean the whole marriage was terrible? I don't know, right? We can think of a lot of ideas for this, a lot of things related to that. So if we go a little deeper here, we've got, let's see, no, this one, here we go. So we talked about these examples, right? We've got waiting in line for an attraction. We've got opening gifts. We've got listening to music. We've got more, right? The arms in the buckets of ice, the marriage, right? We can think of a ton of different examples here, I think. So here's my question for you, and I hope you'll humor me and throw some ideas in the chat. How can we apply this idea to the end of a course? So I'll give everybody at least 1 minute to type some thoughts in here. What do you think? Thinking about the peak end rule and this idea that we probably want to give students a good memory of your class. How would you do that? What are some things you might do? I see, Gray, you pose a great question. I love it. And Savvy also. Yeah, very nice. So we've got some more questions, everybody. If you want to throw some responses into these, suggestions for classes where students kind of stop showing up, especially on the US calendar of Thanksgiving. Classes end before Christmas, typically in December. And so right around Thanksgiving, we have a break and students stop coming in. So what do we do about that? It's a great point, Savvy. So Oksana says, providing positive feedback, encouraging students. Famia says, have a discussion of what the highlights were using exit tickets, perhaps, right? Motivational quote or encouragement from Denise. Focusing on how the class made the students feel, not on what they learned. Thank them for their work, says Raisa. Thank you. And Anna says, maybe pay more attention to the timing to have a couple minutes for feedback. And that might relate back to Gray's question of what do we do when we run out of time at the end of a lesson. And I would add that I think that's very good. And so maybe keeping a timer handy so that you kind of have an alarm for yourself that tells you you've got 10 minutes left and you really better wrap it up so you save some time for questions from the students. Another thing that might be useful, I've seen many teachers get to the end of their class and they rush through their slides if they're using slides because they want to make sure they cover everything. But the problem is that when we try to cover everything, we kind of cover nothing. No one can keep up with something so fast. And so instead of that, many of us are comfortable with Zoom right now. It's quite easy to, after class, just go on Zoom and record yourself going through the rest of your slides at a regular pace and share that recording with students. You can use other ways to record that as well. But that's, I guess that's a slightly different topic from ending the overall course. So I'm looking at a couple more. Thank you notes. Wow, what a great idea. Yes, that can be great for the person who receives it, but also very good from a positive psychology standpoint. It's very good for the person who writes it as well. Sandwich feedback. Thank you, Irina. Great. That's where we begin with something positive, then we have some meat where it's constructive, and then we close with something positive. And of course, we need to keep it all sincere, and that can be great. All right, and Gray, you've got the Kahoot game, and yeah, wow, nice. All right. So thank you, everybody, for these ideas. Keep them coming, right? And moderators, if anything else pops up that we should share, please be ready to jump in. But I'm going to go ahead a little further here now, and I've got another psychology study that I thought was fascinating. This one comes from a different book, and so let's see here. A little more on our peculiar relationship with endings. This is not the peak end rule, it's slightly different. This one comes from a book called When, and it's by Daniel Pink. He's got 5 books, and I've listened and read 4 of them at this point. They're very nice for distilling a lot of research into something very entertaining, very kind of bite-sized. Great if you can get it on an audiobook to listen to while you're doing other things. But even reading the physical book, it's not intense, but a lot of interesting ideas. So what does he have to say about endings? Well, by the way, yeah, this book is all about how humans have some patterns about how we are when we begin things and in middles and it ends. Very, very related to it actually inspired this presentation in a lot of ways. Fascinating things about how we are throughout the course of a day, how typically people have some energy in the morning, but we have a dip in the afternoon. That's all not quite universal, but pretty close. And so if you're asking your boss for a raise or something, don't go visit them in the afternoon. They're going to be in a bad mood. They're going to just rely on the easiest answer. If you want to catch your boss or somebody else in a good mood, the morning is probably the best time. Or after they've gotten over that afternoon dip might be another time, because we bounce back. Lots of interesting things there. Anyway, what did he say about endings? So he mentioned a study about chocolates. And so in the study about chocolates, there was a kind of a fake taste test. So people were told that they were doing a taste test about chocolates, but it was really about something else. That's often what happens with psychology experiments, right? So they were told they were being asked to rate the chocolates, and they were not told how many they would receive. And that's kind of important. So they just said, hey, do you want to taste some chocolates and rate them? People said, sure. And so they were given a score sheet, and there were numbers to circle for each chocolate. So they would maybe write the number of the chocolate and their rating. But they didn't know how many they were going to get. Now, the people who were running the experiment, they knew that there were going to be 5 chocolates, and that was going to be it. But they made sure to be very, very deliberate about how they did this. So when the experimenters gave the participants the 5th chocolate, well, they did 2 different things. So for some of them, for half of the people who were participating, they said, here's your next chocolate, right? So no giveaway that this was the final chocolate, just here's your next chocolate. Okay, rate it. Okay, great. All right, well, thank you. That was it. But the other half of the people, they were told, here's your last chocolate. Now, in both cases, the person ate the chocolate, they gave a rating on the chocolate. And so my question for you is, what do you suppose? Which group rated the final chocolate most favorably? Now, I'm going to ask you to answer that in a poll, but before I do, can I get somebody to maybe just say back to me, what's the scenario here? So people are taste testing chocolate. How are they different? There's one group that can anybody help me out here? What's the difference between the 2 groups?
I can do it.
Thank you.
The
Savvy.
first group is not aware that the 5th chocolate is the last chocolate. So they think they're just getting another chocolate. And the second group, they know that their last chocolate is their last chocolate as they are getting it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah. And so the question is, how did that affect their ratings, right? So in both groups, they were rating the chocolates. And so what happened next? So let me give you a poll question, everybody. Here it comes. I'm going to launch this poll. And so the question is, which group rated the 5th and final chocolate most favorably? Was it the group that had been told, here's your next chocolate, or the group that had been told, here's your last chocolate? So I see 18 responses. "26 responses. All right, so I'll just give it maybe 10 more seconds to see if we get anybody else. 5 more seconds. I think we're done. I think that's all we're going to get. Okay, great. So I'm going to end the poll, and I'll show you the results here. We can see that the second response is the more popular response. And so can I get a volunteer to tell me, why did you choose the second response? You can raise your hand if you like, or you can just turn on your microphone.
I respectfully disagree with the second group, because my choice was the next, because it's a kind of motivation, and there is a slight yet essential difference between the next and last. So it motivates me, for example, greatly, because after next, there will be next, and finally it will be like scaffolding, and this is a last, and it's time to start from the beginning, but in the other direction. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tatiana. That's great. Yeah, thank you so much. So that's a great perspective on why we might expect it to be the group that heard, here's your next chocolate, right? Maybe that's more motivating somehow. Now, what about, can I hear from somebody who said that you thought the other one, that the group that said, here's your last chocolate, they rated that one more favorably? Yeah, go ahead, Famia. Thank you.
I think if I'm eating chocolates and I know I'm going to keep getting another chocolate and another chocolate, I might not be savoring the chocolate as I'm eating it. But if I know it's my very last chocolate, I'm going to enjoy the flavor and the taste a little bit more. And I will think it's the best one, right? Because it's my last one and it tastes so delicious.
Great, great. Thank you, Famia. That's so maybe knowing that it's the last one makes us think about it differently, right? Maybe we sort of enjoy it more because we savor, we stop and savor that moment, right? Well, fortunately, this was a scientific experiment, right? So we can look at what the results were. And so let's see what we got here. We've got, let's see, here we go. There we go. Okay, so we've got the question. So those who were told it's just your next chocolate, right? It was the last one, but they weren't told. 22% of them said the 5th chocolate was the best. So now I'm asking you to imagine in your mind, what's your guess? What's the percent for those who heard it was your last chocolate? Was it the same? Was it, well, we know it wasn't the same, it was different. How was it different and how dramatically different was it? Well, here you go. 64% of the group that heard it was the last chocolate said the 5th one was the best. So again, we might think about, how does this perhaps shape our approach to the last days of class, right? Well, as you think about that, think about how Daniel Pink summarized the study here. So he says, participants who knew they were eating the final chocolate enjoyed it more. They preferred it to the other chocolates, and they rated the overall experience, and that's what's important, right? The overall experience as more enjoyable than others who thought they were just eating one more chocolate in the series. So if this sparks any ideas for you about what you might want to try in your classes, I would love to see your ideas in the chat. And moderators, please jump in anytime if you catch something interesting about this. I see Netta shared something about hikers and how much farther to the top. Nice. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay. It's about concentration on the result. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, but I think if we think about, so many of you mentioned in the first hour, the importance of building rapport with your students, building community, having that connection, right? So if we've got that kind of a situation going on, we can also look at the final days as something special, that it's this unique time we have together that's running out, and if you're finding a way to really enjoy your class, then we, as the instructor, maybe we can share that with our students about what's special about this class, what are you going to miss about the class, and what do you hope we can do with the last time that we have together in this class. And I think it's easy to forget about that as we get lost in, I have a final exam I have to do, we have to get these papers done and all of that. So it's partly a big question about how do we manage the time. But as we think about the time, so Daniel Pink talks about different perspectives on time and the calendar. And he mentions that, well, he didn't mention this one, but of course, when we get to the end of a class, or actually throughout the class, it can be good to go back to our syllabus or our course outline and kind of celebrate the progress that the class is making. It's good to orient everybody to where we are and where we're going, what we should know and what we're going to learn, right? And he says that similar to if you're doing a workout and you're trying to do 40 push-ups or something, that when you're doing the first few, maybe you focus on what you've already done. So if you're doing push-ups, maybe you say, all right, I already did 5, I already did 8, and just kind of celebrate that. But maybe as you get later, closer to your target, you start focusing on how little is left and kind of shift your focus to, oh, I only have 5 left, or I only have 3 left, is another way to think about this, right? But in terms of kind of that interpersonal connection that we hope we have with our students, and thinking about and being mindful to maybe savor the last experience we have, maybe calling attention to, guys, this is the last chance you're going to have to work in a group with this team. So try to make the most out of this last project you have, or other things that might be unique to your classes, to appreciate those last moments. All right. Now, what else? What else should we do as we wrap up a class? So I'm going to share a couple other ideas, and I'm still never-ending interest in your ideas as well. But let's turn to the syllabus and maybe some reasons to revisit the syllabus near the end of the semester, right? And so one reason that we might want to revisit the syllabus might be to be more specific about things, right? To just make sure that students understand what's expected of them in the class and how are they going to be successful, right? We want to make sure that students are able to be successful. And so if we kind of look ahead to the end and maybe break down assignments and be very specific about what do you need and be very clear, make sure students understand, that can help them succeed. Other things that we can think about is maybe remind students of policies for, what's your late policy for the last assignment, things like that. Ask for suggestions on your syllabus. Your students are now experts in how you teach and what you do in the class. And so if you do look at the syllabus again together, you can maybe look together and sort of discuss how well does this syllabus represent your experience? And if you were a new student in this class, is there anything that you would prefer to see? Is there anything that I'm forgetting to say, or anything that's just doesn't quite seem like it matches? We can have an interesting conversation about that. And of course, we can also revisit the student learning outcomes, the objectives of the class. And that can be a moment to recognize the accomplishments we've made. It can also be a moment for one of those quizzes that we mentioned, right? So if we see the outcome, we see the learning objective, and we say, okay, so here's one of the learning objectives. I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes to write some ideas down. How do you think that you have learned to do this? What are some ways that we practice this in our class? And how have you learned to do this? What does it look like in practice? So we can try to be creative about how we reflect on these things again at the end. Now, again, I feel like I'm just scratching the surface on things we could do with the syllabus. So I'm sincerely hoping to hear some more ideas in the chat. Oksana says, students know the number of lessons in a course, so it cannot be surprising. That's true. That's true. But all the same, as the teachers, we can focus on things and kind of frame them. We can try to frame them in a particular way to sort of, one frame would be, hey guys, we only have 1 week left. Ooh boy, I can't wait for the break. How about you? Or another way could be, guys, I've really kind of enjoyed this class with you guys, and I'm kind of going to miss you. So I don't know. Let's have another great class. Thanks for all you're doing, and here we go. Just kind of how do you want to approach that? How do you want to frame that for the students? Is one thing that I'm thinking about. Risa says, at the end of the semester, you ask your students to write a review of the class. Nice. Yeah. So that touches on the next topic that I had in mind, actually, which is about surveys. So I'll come to that in just a moment, but I want to share something from one of my colleagues at my last college of the Sequoias. One of my colleagues there had a great idea for one of the last classes. He turned his class outline into a kind of a map. And I like the way this kind of shows all the different lessons of the class, all the different days, and how they were focusing on different things. This was a class in personal development, but it's a nice visual of the journey, right? The class has been on a journey. Look at all the places we've been together. And you can imagine that there might be some creative ways to have students reflecting on this and making comments on it, or just trying to retrieve the memories of what was that? What did you learn? And what do you need to go over again now? There are a number of things we could do here. But that idea that we've been on a journey together and we've accomplished something is represented in a visual way, fashion. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so Savvy, you said you like having students self-assess their mastery at the beginning and the end. Savvy, can I get you to turn on your microphone, or are you able to just share a little bit about that? It's an awesome idea.
Yeah, sure. So I've done this in some of my classes, like a conversation class. I took like the different conversation strategies we were going to learn in the course, and I put it in our getting to know you survey. And I had like a Likert scale, like, strongly agree to strongly disagree. Like, how much do you agree that you can do these different things? Like, I can do this, I can do that. And they can rate. And then at the end of the class in their survey, I had them rate again. And then when I did this, when it was a small enough class, I would like return their first survey to them, and they could look at it and see the difference in their responses. And then you can talk about, how did you get there? Like, which parts do you still need to work on? Or, what helped you achieve what you achieved? Those kinds of questions.
Awesome. So they're doing it early and they're doing it late, and they can clearly see the progress that they have seen in themselves, right? How they rated themselves coming in. That's great. Thank you, Savvy. And I think it's also awesome that you're doing that at the beginning, because it clearly shows students what to expect for the class. What are the goals, and sort of orients everybody to the same thing that you're trying to achieve. All right. Okay, so from here, I'm going to pivot to the student surveys, right? So now, if you're like me, in most of my jobs, I've been required to give surveys on my classes, and I didn't really have a say in what students would rate about my teaching. So I certainly was curious what they were going to be asked, so I took a look at it. But I didn't have a say in that, so that was not really necessarily as useful for me as it could be. So here's the question that I'm posing to you, and I see Sylvia has kind of gotten conversation started there. What are some good questions to ask on a closing survey, and what can you do with the responses? So again, I'm going to pause for a minute and invite everybody to share. I remember we got some really interesting responses in the first hour about a survey to send out before the class begins or early on. But what do you think? What are some good questions to ask at the end? So yeah, I'll set a timer here for a minute to just give everybody a shot here. You're probably going to tell me everything that I have in mind to share next, and then I'm just going to skip all my next slides. That's fine. It's great. Because you're also going to say things that I would not have said, I'm sure. All right, I'm going to start looking at some of the responses here. Keep going with your responses. Let's see. I see. June says, "What is one thing you hope the teacher will stop doing?" That's pretty interesting. That's a fun question. And June, I'd be curious to know what kind of responses you get from that. Although it's kind of a personal question, but I just wonder. I guess my point is, like, I wonder if that's a painful thing for you to hear, because I know that very often as teachers, you know, it can be very difficult to receive constructive criticism on our teaching, because we sort of invest so much of our personality in our teaching that if somebody criticizes how we teach, they're sort of criticizing who we are as a person. It can really be kind of devastating sometimes. So I'm impressed that you have that question, but I think I can absolutely see how that's a good one. Denise says, "What are you most proud of? What's the biggest challenge you overcame?" Wow, that's a fun question in relation to the class, right? So I see some people are talking about dividing it into different topics. And so Jade says, Jade, is that your guess of what kind of feedback June gets, that the students are saying, please stop giving us delicious cookies?
Yes, to June's question.
I think you're probably right. I think that's probably the worst that June hears about her classes. So moderators, if you see anything that I'm missing, because I'm getting a little overwhelmed in the comments here, but they're awesome. I'm seeing a lot of great things. So in a moment, moderators, I'm going to ask you to tell me some highlights of what you saw that are different from what I'm sharing. So just to keep things rolling along, I'm going to share a few things that have worked for me, that I've learned from others in scenarios just like what we're doing right now. So one thing that I picked up along the way was this idea of asking two questions side by side. One is, tell me something you like. And the second one is, tell me something I should change. And I thought this was fascinating the first time I heard about it. It's very common, I believe. But the way it was explained to me is, maybe this is a good approach to getting feedback, because people tend to be pretty comfortable giving a compliment, right? It's not so hard typically. And maybe once they've said something in the compliment section, in number 2 in this example, then maybe they feel more comfortable saying something that will be useful in the second one of, what did you not like? What can I improve? And so that can be one approach, very open-ended. Now, thinking about this from a research perspective, another thing that's happening here is we're beginning the survey very open-ended, right? We're allowing the students to talk about whatever they want. We're not narrowing it. But as some of you have mentioned in the chat, we do want to get their feedback on specific things. And so after that, after these open-ended questions, we might go deeper with something that's kind of drilling down to more specific things, right? And so in my class, I'll try to think of, like, for me, when I think about the class, what were the different pieces that I can maybe try to change, right? And so I'll try to break it down to all the different pieces. What did you think of our book? What did you think about the homework? What did you think about the way I teach? And they have to rate them on what we call a Likert scale, right? So going from disagree all the way up to agree. How do you feel about that statement? That you are happy with this? Well, if you totally agree, then you're happy. If you totally disagree, then you're not happy with this. Now that's a little bit of a tricky kind of a question, actually, this whole thing of I'm happy with, and I agree, or I disagree. So we need to be cautious about that. And so I'm gonna share with you right here a variation you can do, because it's a little bit tricky to get your head around how am I answering. I've started using emoticons actually in my responses, to just as a shortcut to say, this is the good one, this is the bad one. Because sometimes, especially, English is a second language too, it can be a little tricky to get your head around the logic of it. Or there's often someone who is doing the survey in kind of a rush, and they're giving you all their answers very quickly. And because what happens sometimes is you'll get a whole bunch, you'll get maybe the whole class is giving you very, very positive results, but you have one person who hated everything according to the responses. And you're thinking, why? What happened? What did I do? And I think sometimes when you get that, it's because they made a mistake about which one was the good one. So I've started using emoticons in my survey questions, and I have not seen that happen anymore. It did happen to me a couple times. And you might say, well, Chris, maybe somebody did hate your class. It is possible. I grant you that. But what the good news for me was, I was crushed. I was devastated. I went and I looked more closely at the survey, and I add something to my survey questions a lot of times. I'll have the agree, disagree question, but then a deeper one of, do you have any comments on that? Would you like to say anything more about that? And I was very lucky, because in the cases where someone had given me all horrible reviews on the numbers, they took the time to add comments. These were optional, and the comments were beautiful. They loved the class. So that gives me the sense that, okay, there was a problem in them not understanding how to answer the questions. So, okay. Happy ending, everybody. There you go. Practicing what I preach here. Now, another one, some of you mentioned this already, asking students about the SLOs, right? Yeah, we can ask students to self-assess and how well, after taking this class, I can do this, I can do that. I agree or I disagree. And this is great feedback for you as the instructor, great reflection for the students as well. All right. What about time management? That's another question that we can ask our students. How much time did you spend on this class? One thing that happens to teachers and all humans, as it turns out, is we have the curse of knowledge, right? And that's something that came up in, I think it was, it came up in Make It Stick. I know, it's probably others as well. But in this book, they talk about the curse of knowledge. Maybe you're familiar with this already. The situation is, if you're an expert in something, you forget the hard work it took to become an expert. And it's because of the way our brains are made, right? Basically, our brains become more automatic at doing things when we get to be an expert, and our brains stop kind of having to go through all those different steps. A great example is driving a car, right? So when you're driving a car in the beginning, it's very difficult. You have to think about, oh, I got to look in the mirror, I got to press the pedal, I got to do this and that. But it becomes automatic. And then later it might be difficult to put ourselves in someone else's shoes to teach them how to do these things. So a question about time management can be a sobering kind of bit of information when you find out that your students are spending a lot more time on their homework than you expected, perhaps. Also, that could be useful in the future. So here's the next question for everybody. What do you do with the information? But before I go to that question, I want to turn to my moderators, to Guadalupe and Mimi and June. And can you tell me, was there anything else that you noticed in the chat related to surveys and survey questions and things like that?
Yes, I have a couple. So Sylvia says she divides the questions by various topics: textbooks, supplemental materials, instruction, classroom activities, and so on. Comfort level with tech tools, like a more specific survey, right?
Nice.
And then Oksana says, ask them to grade their progress, just the general, on a scale of 1 to 10.
Oh, okay.
And Irena's asking about, were the materials appropriate to your needs level of English?
Oh, wow. Okay. So that's an interesting way to focus on the materials, right? So not just did you like it, but a little more specific. I like that. Yeah. Did they meet your needs and your level of English? Yeah. Was the book too hard for you or too easy for you? That's interesting. All right. Thank you, Guadalupe. If anything else comes up, you're welcome to jump in with some more. I'm going to pivot to this question of, what do we do now, right? So I mentioned that June has that question of getting constructive criticism. What do you not like? What should I stop doing? And how that could be a sensitive area. And so I wonder, does anybody take their surveys? Well, yeah, let me ask you. So when you get the survey responses, what do you do with them? Like, do you look at them? How soon after the class do you look at them? And are they useful for you? And I'm going to just do a cold call, if I may. So Karen, can I call on you? I think you might have your microphone on it. I don't know, but Karen, do you have any thoughts about this? Like when you've had student surveys, have you done anything in particular with them to make them useful for you?
Oh, and you said how often When do you look at them? I look at them 5 seconds after I did them because I'm very curious of
Okay.
what they are. And what I do, I usually make a list because there are things that I want to, I'm a list person anyway, because it's fresh in their minds. It's a fresh information. I want to make sure, for example, if, on content, if I tend to go too fast, what are more things I can do to slow down? And sometimes when I first was teaching, I used to have little cards I'd put in my planners, etc. And it would be the word slow down, ask questions. I would write myself notes that I would see in my planner. And I noticed that things got better when I did do what the students told me to do.
Beautiful. So really taking what they gave you and figuring out how you can make that actionable. I like what you said there, Karen, about like posting a note to yourself so that, you know, it's not something that you have to hold in your mind until later. You kind of outsource that into a Post-it note that's in a good place to see when you need it.
Right, especially at the end.
Nice. Thank you, Karen. I saw Irina, you had your hand up.
Yeah. What I wanted to say is that it is connected, for me, it is connected with evaluation, which is ongoing, and we all the time redesign the courses, redesign the modules, because we have modular structure. And as I'm teaching English for specific purposes of students, for us, it is very important needs analysis. You see, because the same way the question was about the materials. And when I'm making a survey, for example, it's mostly by the end of the semester, when the modules are over. And after the end of each module, I put into the chat that I practice a brief report about self-study. It is like language portfolio, exactly dossier. All the works have been done. Then students look through them and write a reflective assignment, because they have an opportunity to come back to the beginning of the module and see what they managed to do, and they can self-assess themselves or self-evaluate what they have learned, you see? And it helped me much. It is so-called hidden. For me, I would like to say, as all of your teachers, it is hidden evaluation. And by the end of the semester, we also use survey. And survey covers all the main components of the course design. As you see, needs, materials, approaches, or strategies we use. For example, we can say, was the teacher interactable, much interaction? We can ask different questions, and sometimes we propose students to rank from strongly agree to disagree or completely interesting materials. And then, of course, they give the line for their comments, you see? And
Nice.
it is rather helpful, because when the more you gather this, I know some teachers try to escape this, because it is sometimes not very pleasant to get negative feedback. But I would like to say, from my experience, the more negative feedback, the better teacher you are, because you can't be always positive. It's something wrong if everything is positive. It's from my perspective as an experienced teacher, because you always need somehow to develop. You see, you can't be perfect.
Thank you.
Students are different. They're different people. We are different. We are different personalities. My teaching style, you may like, the other won't. People are different. We need to take it not as a must, but to take it as a way for my own professional and personal development. If a student, then the diagrams, they show you the percentage. It's very nice when you use Google Forms. And you know, sometimes very interesting comments. Very often they say thank you, but sometimes they give, for example, I have given less time to talk during the classes than Peter or George, for example. That is why I do not notice anonymous, but then I try to scaffold and to think about the patterns of interaction, everyone being in the same position. You see, like today we have reporters, for example, others timekeepers, that, for example, that each of us should be a put during the, for example, during a webinar. That is why I hope if all the components of a course design we cover very briefly in our survey, we can rearrange even for the next modules if they're different, but we can see what went wrong, you see?
This is great, Irina. This is connected. This is connected to where I'm going next, actually. So thank you so much, Irina. I just want to share kind of connected to what you're saying about how you go from the survey to planning your next course, right? That's something that I think is you mentioned the idea that negative feedback helps us, and I totally agree with you. I would also say, though, that we want to be careful about not kind of getting burnt out, right? We don't want to kind of be demoralized by the feedback. So it's good if we can kind of take care of ourselves. And so I like what Jade says in the chat. Jade says that she looks at the positive feedback to feel happy after all of her hard work, because it's a rewarding job and it's important to make sure that we stay motivated. And so one approach that I've come across that I used to be like Karen, of kind of diving into my feedback right away, and I guess I still am, but I wanted to share another thing that I picked up, which is this idea of maybe wait until you're planning the next semester and then open it up, because it's much more empowering at that point. We can get that negative feedback and we can do kind of what Karen said of looking at like, okay, so how can I do better? And so now it's not so much about feeling punished or feeling unappreciated. And maybe it's more about, all right, I got this, I can do better. And this next class is really going to appreciate these things because of what I've learned. Now I'll show you an example of what that looked like in the biology class I mentioned earlier. He went a step further and he shared the students' feedback with the students themselves. So the students from his previous semester had said all these things about the class. And when he came to the first day of the new class, he shared with them, so what are you guys getting into here? What's this class like? And so he had lots of things like, I used to dread going to lecture, but after Dr. Schaefer, it was fantastic and I never fell asleep. And somebody else said something fantastic. And another person said beautiful, beautiful things. Now, if he only shares beautiful, beautiful things, the students might think this is baloney, this is not real. And what are you wasting my time with this stuff for? He didn't stop there. He shared some things that were not so rosy. One person said, because the class is so interactive, it's easy for students to fall behind. And somebody else said, it's harder this way. And one person said, he should completely abandon what he's doing because it doesn't work. And it's fascinating to me that he shared this on the first day of class with his new students, but he took it as a moment for the students to understand that, yeah, it's true. Like the research on active learning shows that this is the best thing for most students, but definitely not all. And so if you find that you're somebody who is not, this doesn't work for you, I get it. In fact, maybe I would have been one of those people too. That's okay. We're going to find ways to work with you as well, but you might need to check with me in my office hours, da, 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 da. So it was very constructive and very informative to the students, the way he did that. All right, I want to give everybody, so Famia, I'm just checking in here. I'm sort of, I built the survey into my ending. So is it okay if I keep going to closer to 1 o'clock? Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, great. Thank you. So everybody, if you're able to stick around till 1, I do have a few more things. And the biggest thing is I want to make sure you get a chance to go to the breakout rooms and reflect on a few things with one another. That was an idea that somebody on the board had. I think it was Gray, and I think it's a fantastic idea. So we're going to use the breakout rooms one more time, and it's not going to be clunky this time, I promise. But before we do, let me just run through a couple other things, right? So we can deliberately, we can share the survey results about how much time the course takes. What did the students last semester say about the time commitment? We maybe share that with the new students. We can deliberately ask students on our closing survey to give us advice for future students, and we can share that. We can also do that throughout the semester. Michelle Pacansky-Brock, I mentioned her earlier. She mentions this idea of the wisdom wall, which might be something that you have on your course online, course shell, like Canvas shell, a place where you post feedback that students are giving or advice to one another. I saw this done as like after the midterm. The professor said, what worked for you when you studied for the midterm? And the professor collected that all up and shared it with the students so they could reflect on that. Okay, so from there, I'm going to skip over the final assessment's meaningful because I think this is pretty intuitive, and I think we've touched on it actually in other ways. So there's also an issue of when you're giving your final assignments to students, making sure that if you give them comments, make sure they know how to find them. For those of us in California, it is very, very easy to miss comments on Canvas. So you might want to make a video that actually physically shows them. You have to click over here, and then you click over here. Oh, and if you click on this thing over here, then it's going to open up the comments here, but you won't be able to respond to me. But if you click here, then you're going to get an opportunity to respond to me. And another step that we can take if we're serious about students seeing our feedback is we can require them to respond to our feedback. Maybe we pose a question to them in our comments that they have to reply to. Or if we don't have time to frame our feedback that way, maybe we simply say, I want to see a comment here that says, I saw the comments, thanks, would be enough, but I need to see something written here. And maybe that's a part of their grade for the assignment is also looking at the feedback and responding to it in some fashion. We know that's important for many, many reasons. Okay, what else? So when instructors, when we get to the end of a course, we can think of it as just the beginning, right? So we can give a roadmap for the future of what students might want to do. If we know about conferences or volunteer opportunities that might interest them, we might give them a gift of something to, maybe like a handout that's got some things to look at during the break, or a challenge that we might encourage them to take on. And we might connect students to other classes in your discipline. Here's the way I saw that done in the biology class. Every day of class, he did this actually. He would, as part of his opening routine, he had a slide about another class in his program. And he talked about if you like today's topic about membrane structure, then you might like these other classes. And Professor Coco does a really great class, and I'll tell you about her a little bit. So helping students get to feel like insiders in the program and maybe get over a little bit of their shyness of being unfamiliar with taking a class from a different teacher. So there's another example of that. I think in ESL programs, this could be especially important because very often our students get attached to kind of one teacher, and they might stay with that teacher even when they're ready to move on to a higher level. All right, another point of view is to look back from the mountaintop, right? We've done all these things together, and let's look at what we've accomplished. And I think I saw that mentioned in the chat from some of you. So we talk about our accomplishments. And here's a quote from those guys who wrote the book about group dynamics. They said that this is an important time for taking stock of our past achievements. It's an important part of our growth. All right, now, Savvy, you mentioned the idea of giving SLOs, like a quiz maybe, or just reflecting on the SLOs early on and then coming back to it. And so here are two other ideas related to that. One is giving students a pre-test at the start of the course, and then the same test later so they can see their progress. Or another one would be give students an essay and in the first week of class, and they highlight all the parts that they don't understand in yellow. And then you give it back to them at the end of the class and ask them to highlight in a different color how much they don't understand. And they can see where there's a difference there, perhaps. So that's connected to Savvy's idea. Thank you for that. And so here we are. I'd like to invite you now to go into the breakout rooms. I'm going to give you 4 minutes in the breakout rooms, and you're automatically going to be assigned. But my question for you right now is, what do you think? What are 2 things you'll remember from today's session? So a little reflection here, an opportunity to talk about pretty much anything you want. But these are some of the topics you could see in the white box on the right. We've talked about reaching out to students before the class begins. We talked about the surveys and at the beginning and the end. Talked about group dynamics and syllabi and warm-ups in the first few minutes of every day. Some cognitive psychology examples and principles, quizzing, peak and rule, chocolates, and ending well. So a lot of different topics here. So I'd like to invite you to talk about whatever you like, but 2 things that you think you might remember into the future, things that you might like to explore further. And if there's something that wasn't so clear for you, now's a chance to check in with others about something that wasn't clear. And many people like to do that as an exit ticket, kind of the muddiest point. All right, so I'm going to open the breakout rooms, and you only have 4 minutes, and then I have some closing things to talk about and a real exit ticket for us. So here we go, everybody. Just find the right button. Are you ready? Ready or not? Here we go. So I see a lot of people are still out here. So I guess things didn't work out with the breakout rooms necessarily. If you're here, you're welcome to turn on your microphone and have that conversation out here. I'm gonna go explore the breakout rooms a little bit here. Let's see what I can find.
There's only one person in room one. I'm gonna one.
Oh, okay, great.
Hi, Alina. Laura, can I help you? Excuse me. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me try that.
All right, I think we are coming back from the breakout rooms. And I'm beautiful. All right, yes, we are all coming back. So everybody, thank you so much for your participation today. I've got a few more slides on ending things well. And we've got an exit survey. We've got more information about the meet and greet. I really hope some of you will be able to join us. I know my friends in Ukraine will not, but I do hope to see you again on Zoom in the future if things work out for us. And by the way, there will be that invitation for Serge or somebody else from Ukraine to talk about other opportunities that maybe you see for us collaborating in the future. So we'll have a moment for that in just a moment. So just a few other thoughts about recognizing the personal connections, right? So many of you had beautiful focus on building rapport with our students and community. And so if you build community, then when we get to the end of a class, we really need to think about how do you provide some kind of closure to that element, kind of the interpersonal side of things. There can actually be some pain involved in breaking up a group, if we think of it from that perspective. And so what's a humane approach to that, right? So one thing that I like to do is if I've done that picture that I mentioned at the beginning of in the first hour, I like to share that picture again on the last day of class to sort of as a physical representation of, do you remember that day, that first day of class? And this is where we came in. We didn't really know each other then, probably maybe felt nervous and all those things that you said you were feeling at that time. But now, when you look at that picture, I bet you see a lot of very familiar faces that are maybe your friends now. And we can, if you've had a camera handy, you can also share some reflections from some other experiences. So I think I see my friend Roger there in the bottom left from the workshops that I mentioned in Japan. And so that was easy for me to have some nice slides to share at the end there as a moment of closure, moment of appreciation, right, for the connections we've made. Here's another one that I might share with that class, right? For my friends on the board, I can share some of the fun that I've had working with everybody, getting ready for this. I kind of tortured everybody with an April Fool's joke. If you come to the meet and greet, I'll be happy to tell you about that if you're interested. But yeah, really nice experience working with everybody, sincerely for me, and I feel more connected to this group than ever, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of cool things we can do in the future. So, okay, so beyond that though, beyond honoring the connection and sort of celebrating that and sincerely recognizing what things mean to you, we can also do a new photo, right? A new class photo. We can do something like yearbook signing, right? In high school and middle school, kids often sign each other's books. Maybe we can have kids sign the back of their textbook. Or there are other activities we can do where students sort of kind of write things on a piece of paper that they've drawn pictures on and things. That's something that you can explore. Lots of teachers like to do a potluck discussion. One person told me it's really important though, if you do that the teacher maybe takes the lead, so that students don't feel like they're responsible for too much expense. So maybe as the teacher, you say, look guys, I'm gonna get the pizzas. So we're gonna have the main dish if you're happy with that. But if you can bring something on the side, that'd be great. Let them know how to contact you, and maybe give them an opportunity to exchange contact information with each other. And to all of you, I would say the same, that we need to be thinking about how to contact each other. I'm going to give you my email address at the end. And so if you want to be sure to be involved in anything that happens in the future, as far as maybe connections between OC CATESOL and Ukraine TESOL and Ukraine teachers, you can reach out to me or anybody else in the OC CATESOL board, and we'll try to keep that going in the future. If that works out, right? If that's something that everybody wants. Here's another one. Invite students to visit a future class of yours and give guidance to the new students, right? So you can say, guys, I'm going to be teaching this same class again in next semester, and put it on your calendar if you can come join me. I'd love to have you come in and tell the students firsthand a little bit about your ideas for how to succeed in this class. All right, so for us, we've got an exit ticket. I'm about to give you that survey. And so please do fill it out. We were very interested in your feedback on that. And please come back. We're going to have another workshop in September. Consider it volunteer. Yes.
They're been asking for your PowerPoint presentation.
Oh yeah. I'll be happy to share the PowerPoint. I'm not sure how to get it to everybody, but yes, I'll be happy to share.
Okay, good.
Okay, so consider volunteering to help Ukrainian teachers and learners. I shared those links, and those links are in the chat. Moderators, if you're able to find them, you might put those links in the chat again. But right now I'm going to share with you the information about the meet and greet again. So please take a picture if you're thinking about coming. We would really love to see you and to make some more connections and just keep talking about these things. There are a lot of things that I didn't get to talk about that I'd love to, if you're interested, but we don't have to talk about that. We can talk about anything. So get that picture, but here comes the survey. Survey, ready? Survey, there it is. So if you like, I'm going to copy this link into the chat if I can figure it out. Let's see, let's get over here. But you can use that QR code if you like. There we go. So just put this in the chat, and I will go full screen again with this. And I'm gonna hand it over now to, I think, Famia, right? So Famia, I'll stop here. I'll leave the QR code up. But everybody, thank you so much. And Famia, please make sure that we get a chance to hear from somebody from Ukraine if anybody would like to talk as well.
Okay. Is it all right if I share my screen now? Did everybody capture the QR code? I'll give you a second because that survey is really important to us, to our organization. It really informs how we conduct our future workshops and all the details that go into it. So please take a couple minutes to give us your honest, constructive feedback. We would really appreciate it. Okay. And I believe Netta just put a link to the form as well in the chat if you weren't able to get the QR code. So please check out the chat. All right.
Famia, is this a good time to ask, like maybe Serge or somebody from Ukraine TESOL if they want to say a few words?
How about, why don't I close it out and then
okay, great.
Yeah, let me just finish up here. Can you guys all see my screen with the meet and greet? I want to make sure I have the right screen up. Yeah. Okay. All right. So just in closing, we want to say thank you to everybody for coming, for being here, taking the time out of your day, especially our very special guest from Ukraine. It's an honor for us to have you with us. Please remember to fill out the workshop evaluation. And please stay connected with us. Become a member of CATESOL. You can volunteer for our chapter in Orange County. We love having new volunteers. You can apply for the Carol Bander Graduate Student Initiative if you're a graduate student. Follow our chapter on social media and attend our next meeting. That December 3rd date isn't correct though. But we'll be emailing you that information with the link of the Zoom. So the recording will be emailed to all of you. Here again are the QR codes if you'd like to follow us on social media. We hope that you do. And then a big thank you to everyone again and all the volunteers. So now would be a great time if anyone from Ukraine would like to share, as Chris mentioned.
If you don't mind, I'm ready to tell some words of thanks on behalf of TESOL Ukraine and all participants of our today's webinar from Ukraine. I would like to thank all the people involved. The speaker, all members of the board of CATESOL for this opportunity. It is really a privilege for us to be present at this webinar. And I think you have a proof now that our teachers of TESOL Ukraine are really devoted to their work and to their professional development, as now we are having the eve of our Orthodox Easter. And so, yeah, tomorrow we will have our Easter, but so many people, English teachers, instructors, are involved and participate actively in this webinar. And I would like to tell you that we are looking forward to our ongoing cooperation. And I believe this is not the last piece of chocolate for all of us, for both sides. Thank you for having us, and we are looking forward to further for ongoing cooperation. Thank you.
Well, Lena, thank you so much. That was beautiful. And yes, we'll definitely be eager to have some ongoing participation, cooperation. I put my email in the chat, everybody. Serge, did you want to say anything as well?
Yeah, I would like to say thank you for for giving us the opportunity to participate in this nice webinar. I was the presenter at the TESOL International Conference together with my colleagues, and Christopher was a participant at our presentation. And after the presentation, we chatted with him a little bit. And that is really nice that we know that even not even, but California is also an affiliate to TESOL, like CATESOL, and that is really nice that we can create some projects, and it would be a nice idea to think about some collaboration.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Serge. Yeah, we feel so terribly about what's happening, and now we have some connections with people who are actually there that we can relate to as colleagues, and it's very, very meaningful for us. So thank you so much. We're all looking forward to continuing to meet with you and to exchange ideas. So yeah, I hope I see lots of you at 3 o'clock. Otherwise, I hope to see our friends from Ukraine on Zoom. But yeah, take care of everybody. Take care, everybody. Please take care.
Yes. Thank you again, everyone. And we hope to see you today at the meet and greet if you're able to make it. But it was a pleasure seeing you, meeting you, and having you with us today.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Karen, did you still want to get a board picture?
I think
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
I think Karen left.
Thank you so much.
I don't see Karen. I think we